Hello and good morning, students. Good morning, students. Or probably I can say good morning, Ushans, because you're officially Ushans, right? And welcome to Freshman Orientation, right? I trust that you all had a great holiday season and that you are ready to give it your best and to, be the Ushans that we all know that you can be. So on behalf of the Associated Student Body President and the rest of directors, I know you may not know what that means, but you will soon, right? I want to bring you warm greetings, and I want to welcome you to Freshman Orientation 2023, right? I hope that you have an awesome experience here. I hope that you have an awesome semester, and I hope that you feel revived, refreshed, and ready for the semester ahead. So welcome, and I hope that you enjoy what we have in store for you.
All right. Good morning, everybody. I am so excited to see everyone within this room. I'm sure some of you are excited to be here. I see wonderful smiles on everyone's faces, especially this front table. You look lovely. So today we have a packed program filled with important information for all of you. So do you guys know what AORN is? Elon. Some of you have been having trouble. We'll get that all cleared up for you today. Everything coming down to gate. Any questions that you have in terms of your grades, your GPA, we're going to get that covered and cleared for you today. USC is a place full of many colors. You're going to meet amazing people, and you're starting your journey today. And I'm sure that you're excited to start. Are you excited? No, that don't sound excited. Are you excited? Is this table excited? Is this table in front here excited? All right, let's be excited. No, USC is an Adventist school, and prayer is essential and important. So I'm going to invite Rihanna Belfon back up here to do the prayer as we go further into our service.
Okay, can we just stand for prayer? All right, let's just bow our heads. Our kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for your many blessings. We thank you for bringing all of us here safely. We pray upon this program, this orientation today. We ask that it may be successful and that students may be able to obtain all the information that they need. We pray a special blessing upon each and every student here. Continue to guide them and continue to be with them throughout the semester, I pray. In your name, amen.
Amen. What a way to start and go into our programs. Okay, so I know many of you just started, and there's not much that you know, but let me start you off. So USC was founded in 1927, and it has been going strong for 95 years. We're celebrating our 95 years. We're very excited for that. One thing that makes USC strong is its cultural diversity. So let me see what different islands we have here today. Do we have anyone from Barbados? No. Crazy. Anybody from St. Lucia? No. Wow. Dominica. All right, I'm going to take that. And I'm guessing, do we have anyone here from Trinidad today? Are we not proud Trinidadians today? Yes, excitement. All right, so I'm all the way from St. Vincent, and I realized I started out the program today without introducing myself. My name is Rian Williams, your Associated Student Body Vice President. Now, the Associated Student Body is your student union, and we are created for you. We are here to answer any questions that you have, and today we're going to try and do just that. And I wonder if our nugget is here, our devotional nugget. Yes? Okay. All right, so let me just go ahead and introduce him as he comes up, as he gets ready. Okay, let me see. Okay, 1, 2, 3. So Joseph Mehedoyo I'm so sorry if I said that wrong. I'm so sorry. Medical doctor working with the NWRHA, which is the Northwest Regional Health Authority, is a pastor of the FIBA. I'm so sorry if I said that wrong. I'm so sorry. SDA Church, married to the loving, lovely, and lovable Abigail. She is a graduate of the USC in the areas of theology and biology. He is a graduate of the St. George's University School of Medicine. Wow, I've been applying to that school, okay. Called by God to be a medical missionary evangelist. He's a lover of God's word, work, and people, and a man of God. I welcome up on this stage Mr. Joseph as he comes to give our devotional nugget. Welcome in, guys. Clap.
Good morning, everyone. How are you doing? You sound more hungry and tired than I am. Now, I'm coming straight from working a night shift. I didn't sleep a wink last night, and I hardly had breakfast. But I hope you are able to impart some energy to me or in my direction. I've been asked to come by here. By the way, it's Joseph Mahadev. I know persons outside of Trinidad, Tobago, Guyana, and India may not be familiar with those names as much. But I'm happy to be here, to have accepted the invitation, as tight as it may have been, schedule-wise, to share some things with you. Mainly because I've walked this road before. As you would have heard in the introduction, I am a graduate of USC, class of 2010. And so I'm happy to come by and give some insight and, of course, some encouragement from God's word. Permit me to invite you to bow your heads as we pray. Father in heaven, we thank you for an opportunity to look at your word, to be inspired in this brief time. We pray that you would guide us in all that we deliberate on, even now, in Jesus' name. Amen. So you have come, I imagine, from, well, I was a bit surprised, I must say. I didn't hear as much diversity as I'm accustomed to. Beside Trinidad and Tobago, I heard what? Dominica. I don't know if you guys are just shy or if the other folk haven't gotten in as yet. But truth be told, my friends, you are entering a journey. You are beginning a journey that will take you through several months, years of interesting experiences, of good times and bad times. Some may liken it a race, running a race. It's not a sprint race, I must let you know. It's not a 100-meter dash. It is a sort of a marathon or a long-distance race. So it requires, let me see if anybody could guess the word I'm looking for. A long-distance race requires what? Perseverance, yes. I'm looking for another word. Endurance, that's the word. So it requires endurance. We have persons from all backgrounds. Well, that's the typical USC experience, various countries of origin, various languages. In my time, we had persons from Martinique and Guadeloupe, from Venezuela and Colombia. So various languages, religion, socio-economic backgrounds. That is the USC experience. And we are all here, or you are all here, to run that race, or to go through that journey. You would have to run up the mountains, down the hills, through the valleys. That's what is required. And all those who would have come before, because you would have heard USC not established by that name, but the institution established since 1927, you would imagine there have been many graduates from that time till now. And although the path may have been a little different, they have all run the race. And I'm happy to let you know, as one of them, that they have completed the race successfully. They have endured and have completed and received their just reward. And I'm confident that with God's help, you will be able to do the same. And so, I want to leave you with a few, because the time we have is very limited. Just a few keys, or the basics, I call it, for equipping yourself to endure this journey. The first place I take my cue is from the book of Hebrews. And although this text I would be sharing with you is one that deals with having faith, we're going to contextualize it to apply to what we speak of now. Now, Hebrews 12 verses 1 and 2 says, "Therefore, we also, since we are surrounded by so great a cloud of witnesses," and the witnesses in this context that we refer to are those who have gone before and can now testify that it is possible to finish the race. Isn't that good news? Would you not like someone to tell you at your starting point that there may be some obstacles, maybe you have already been facing some, but don't worry. It is very likely that you will happily, at the end of it, despite all the challenges, finish the race. Are you not happy about that? Yes? What happened? They starved you all since last week? All right. So, we have such a cloud of witnesses. Right? And so the apostle in this context is saying, lay aside all the things that weigh you down and run with endurance the race. Let us run with endurance the race that is set before us. Of course, he continues to give some good advice. If you want to run any race in life and be successful and complete it with a reward, with victory, then he says, listen, while you're running this race, you have to be focused. Do you agree with me if you expect to succeed in your studies, whatever program of studies you are adopting for the next few years? Do you think it requires some focus? Yes. So he is saying focus. And he is saying, and I want to submit to you that this focus is applicable to success in any good race you run in this life. He says, while you run the race with endurance, looking unto Jesus, the author and finisher of our faith, who for the joy that was set before him endured the cross, despising the shame, and sat down at the right hand of the throne of God. And so I appreciate that there would be persons of different backgrounds, but most persons are familiar with the basic tenets of the story of Jesus. And you know, as the writer here is saying, Jesus too had to run a race. And his race was very tough at times, particularly coming down to the end. The race was extremely difficult. He was faced with abuse, torture, and ultimately death in the worst possible manner. And the writer is saying, Jesus endured. He didn't give up. He didn't say, man, this thing too hard, boy. Them ungrateful people, some of them don't even care about me. Some of them wouldn't even care about me. It's best I give up. No, he's saying he endured even the cross and the shame, and he was victorious in that race. And to me, well, for me, as a Christian, that is inspirational. That the person I am advised to look to as I run this race also had a race. And he finished successfully despite the obstacles, the challenges, the grueling times. He came through successfully. Now, what did he do and what must we do? What must you do? What are the basics to succeed at enduring in this race and completing it successfully? Well, I'm so glad you asked. Let's get to those few quickly before we transition to something else in the program. Proverbs, the book of Proverbs, and let me tell you, whether you're Christian or not, that is an excellent book to read. It's filled with wise sayings that will help you with life in general. So take time and read it, the book of Proverbs in the Holy Bible. So we go to Proverbs, we start at chapter 1, and I read one verse for you there. One verse for you there, and that's verse 7. It says, remember we're looking at the basics to successfully endure and succeed in this journey that you're setting about, that you're setting upon today. It says, verse 7 of Proverbs 1, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. Do you think you need knowledge to complete your course of studies? Do you expect to glean knowledge? Do you expect to have to use knowledge to succeed when you have your examinations and your assignments? Yeah, you could talk, you know. No one has placed you under a gag order. This is a conversation we're having. Do you think you would need knowledge? So the writer is saying, Solomon, the wise man, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. Now this fear, now let me read the companion text, and then as I read it, the question I have for you is, what is this fear? The fear of the Lord. Is it that if you are afraid of God, you're going to get brighter? Is that what he's saying? Well, ponder on it as I read for you the companion verse, which comes from the same book, Proverbs, chapter 9 and verse 10. It says, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Now, wisdom is rated more highly than knowledge, because if you have knowledge, but you have no wisdom, you may misapply that knowledge and engage yourself in all kind of folly and end up in trouble. So wisdom is important. And again, the writer is saying the fear of the Lord is the beginning, the source. If you want true wisdom and knowledge, fear God. Now, what is the fear? What fear is this talking about? Is it cowering in a corner and saying, God, I'm afraid you know, you're bad, you will beat me up? No. It's talking about a healthy respect, a reverence, an acknowledgement that God, Almighty God, is supreme. That He is in charge of your life. And He is in charge no matter how bad things may seem. He is still in charge, ultimately, He's in charge of this world and its operations. So that healthy respect and reverence and respect for God, if you have that, as you commence this journey today, the writer is saying you have two things that will help you. Unlimited wisdom and knowledge. The true source is God. What else could I share with you? Well, the other piece of advice, the basics, is making God number one in your life. Now, where do I get such a bold idea? Well, we're going to read 3 verses in Matthew before we close. The first one comes from chapter 6, Matthew chapter 6, very familiar to those who know the Gospels. Matthew 6, verse 31 says, therefore, do not worry. And that's a good statement to remember as a student, because there will be a lot of things to worry you. Do you believe that? Well, I mean, you have gone through school. This is not your first school experience, right? That's a rhetorical question. Whether you answer or not, I know that. You can't just end up in university without being in some sort of schooling. So, worry is sometimes a companion of being a student. But Jesus says, do not worry, saying, what shall we eat? Or what shall we drink? Or what shall we wear? Well, you guys look like affluent folk, so maybe this does not apply to you. You will always know what you're going to eat, drink, and wear. Is that so? Oh, well, I don't know. But sometimes I know the traditional USC, maybe more so the CUC experience. People were worrying what we will eat and drink and wear. That is a reality. For those who have tuition assistance and low and help, well, they still have help loan, I don't know. But you may feel more comfortable, but there are persons who struggle financially and they worry. But Jesus is saying, listen, God is going to take care of you. Your heavenly Father knows you need all these things. What is your job? Not to worry. But what must you do? Seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness. And all these things will be added to you. Your basic needs and more. Food, clothes, shelter, rent, tuition, whatever you need. Jesus is saying, put me first in your life. Or God is saying, put me first in your life. And the other things the other chips, the other parts or pieces of the puzzle will fall into place nicely. So don't stress, don't worry. God will provide. Penultimate statement. Go to God when you need help. Yes, go to your lecturers, go to your advisors, but don't neglect going to God. Here's the promise God makes you. It comes way down in the Bible, almost to the end. Here's what he says in a book called James. I don't even know if you knew of that book. James 1 verse 5. He says, students, well, I'm inserting the word students, but from here on I'm quoting, if any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all liberally. How we giving it? Yeah, he ain't stingy with it. You want wisdom, you want knowledge, you want understanding. You face a lecture, you don't know half of what the teacher, the lecturer said. What is the advice? Go to God. If you're lacking wisdom, ask of him because he gives to all. He's not discriminating. Liberally and without reproach. And it will be given to him. So I don't know about you, but as a student, and if I look at my years, still by proportion, most of my life, I've been a student. And I have used this. Lord, I don't know what to do again. I don't understand. I need put things in the perspective they need to be. And he has come through every time. So ask. Go to God when you need help. Finally, when you feel overwhelmed, rest in God. That's the final point. And where do I get the courage, the temerity to make that statement? We go back to the trusty Gospel of Matthew. Matthew chapter 11. And hear the words of Jesus himself again. Matthew chapter 11. I read for you from verse 28. He says, come to me, all you who labor and are heavy laden. Well, you might be light today. You're feeling light. But don't worry. I give you about three months. And then you will know what being heavy laden is about. When the assignments, the deadlines are piling up. One today, one this evening, one tomorrow. And then you still have to study for finals. And you have something else to do. And you have the rest of your life. Jesus is saying, if you are overwhelmed, listen. Come to me, all you who labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn of me. I'm gently and lowly in heart. And you, I promise, he says, will find rest for your souls. I don't know about you, but that is so reassuring. You want rest, you're overburdened, you're overworked, you don't know where else to turn. Turn to Jesus. Don't adopt any habits to cope that are unhealthy. There are some people that enter tertiary places of learning, tertiary institutions, and when the pressure hit them, They turn to marijuana. Some even go as far as cocaine, other narcotics, alcohol, go into depression. That doesn't have to be. In fact, I'm confident it will not be any of you, because you will turn, you will come to Jesus. So therefore, my friends, while in this journey, you are likely to face many challenges. I hope you keep in mind at least one or two of these basic skills equipping you to endure the journey. Fear the Lord. It's the beginning, the source of wisdom and knowledge. Make God number one in your life, and you won't have to worry ceaselessly about anything. Don't worry. Go to God when you need help. He has promised to give you wisdom, knowledge, understanding, all your basic needs. Go to Him. And when you feel overwhelmed, rest in God. He say, come to me. You're overburdened, you're stressed out, you're frustrated. Come. Talk to me. I will give you the right answers. So you will face, or you may face financial hardships, tight deadlines, challenging lectures and lecturers, frustrations with the inefficiencies relating to student and administrative services. But stick to the basics, my friends, and before you know it, you will experience the modified version of Matthew chapter 24 and verse 13. Now, Matthew 24 and verse 13 says, he who endures to the end, the same shall be saved. But I don't know if the sign is still there. The School of Theology and Religion, the STAR. Pastor Lafleur, you'll tell me if it's still there. There's a sign that says, he who endures to the end, the same shall graduate. God bless you as you continue your journey to completion.
All right. I'm sure you guys were more than motivated by our devotional nugget by Pastor Mahado. I think I got that right. I apologize again. I'm sure you'll be more than motivated. So I'm sure all of you came here knowing that you do want to graduate. So can I ask my friend in the black shirt right here? Can I ask you what degree you came to do?
A business degree.
Okay, so why did you want to do a business degree?
I just have a passion for it.
Okay, that's great. All right, so I wonder what other degrees we have here. Do we have any biology majors? No. Yeah. Bias. I'm a biology major. Do we have any music majors here today? One music major. Wow. But I'm sure you're going to be blessed because now we have a motivational song by Miss Risha St-Hilaire as she comes and blesses our heart with beautiful music today.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. How you doing? We still latent from Christmas. Still full, needing sleep. Yes, I concur. I could relate. I pray that this song, the words of this song, encourages somebody today to not give up. If you have a dream, try to follow through. I know it will get, I know, more than anybody else it will get. It will get treacherous, it will get sticky. Sometimes you may feel to give up, but I am here to encourage you today in song to not give up. Yeah? Oh, that's not the song. I don't know that song. What song is that? Is that what you have? Is that your link? All right, could we try a YouTube thing quickly? Okay, so it's not going to be a surprise anymore. So you have to look for Gloria Estefan's Reach. Should have some blue stuff on the screen. Yes, these things happen from time to time, especially when you try to be calm. Oh, all right, give me a few moments. Let me see how quick I can do this.
Okay, so I noticed that I cut off a bit early. Do we have any finance majors? Any accounting majors? All right, all right. No, who? No, yeah. Excitement? You're doing your degree? You graduated in 4 years? All right, do we have anybody doing computer science? Woo! Oh, woman in science.
Gloria Estefan Reach. It's a blue screen, some little flowers at the bottom. Karaoke. I don't know what else to say. I thought I just did it. I don't know. Oh God, no. This day and age. What's that some music, man? Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Okay. Song like it? Some dreams live on in time forever. Those dreams you want with all your heart, and I'll do whatever it takes. Follow through with a promise I'll make. Put it all on the line. What I hope for at last would be mine. Reach. Some days are meant to be remembered. Those days we rise above the stars, and I'll go the distance this time, seeing more the higher I climb. That the more I believe, or the more that this dream would be mine. If I could reach higher, just for one moment touch the sky. With that one moment in my life, I'm gonna be stronger. Know that I tried my very best. I put my spirit to the test. If I could reach, oh, if I could reach higher, just for one moment touch the sky. For that one moment in my life, I'm gonna be so much stronger, be so much stronger, yes I am. I put my spirit to the test. If I could reach, if I could reach, I'd reach so much higher. To the test, if I could reach. Thank you.
All right. Wonderful singing, Miss Cynthia. You did great, love. Okay, so I'm going to ask like one question. Okay, does anyone here know who the president of the school is? Like, raise your hand if you know. If you haven't been here before, Jamal. No one knows? Does no one know? Okay, that's crazy. So the 29th president of the University of the Southern Caribbean is Mr. Dr. Colwick Wilson. Let me put respect on that. Dr. Colwick Wilson. And you guys should remember this when we go on our campus tour. Remember this. Remember that I asked you this. Okay, so next, coming up on the stage, who's going to have this mic, is Pastor Onesi LaFleur. Now, Pastor Onesi LaFleur is the Director of Student Life and Enrollment, is the VP of Student Life and Enrollment Management. He's going to come up here, he's going to take the mic, and he's going to speak to you guys a little bit. Pastor LaFleur.
Good morning, everyone. I am very happy to see all of you. And I feel exceptionally inspired by your smiling faces, especially this young man sitting in front here. And I have this strange way of seeing folk when they come in, and the privilege of seeing them when they graduate. And then I would remember 4 years ago, I saw this face bright and beaming. At this time, our university president, the 29th president of the university, would have been giving us the presidential address. Unfortunately, the president is en route to Trinidad, and I can guarantee you that at one of our chapel sessions, the president would be the one speaking to you. However, I have the privilege again and honor this time to introduce to you the provost of the university. So the president is Dr. Colwick Wilson. The provost of the university is the second officer of the university. So after the president is the provost. The provost of the university heads the academic elements of the university. And therefore, when I am through with the introduction of our provost, you would understand that you have made a great choice to pursue your tertiary academic advancements here at USC. Our provost is a native of Trinidad and Tobago. And this morning, I listened to an interesting discussion on 95.5 regarding an interesting debate about the fares between Trinidad and Tobago and whether Tobagonians should pay less and Trinidadians should pay more. And one person made a fundamental point, is that the Republic is not the Republic of Tobago or the Republic of Trinidad. It is the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. So while I say that, I'm saying that because our provost was born on the island of Tobago. Dr. Len Archer is a scientist by academic training. Began at the University of the West Indies doing botany and applied botany. And I think all the science students should be happy. Then he proceeded to do a master's in biology, and ultimately Dr. Len Archer concluded a PhD in microbiology. So he is a scientist by training. Dr. Archer comes to us having served at the Adventist University of the Health Sciences, where he was instrumental in organizing and growing the Department of Biomedical Sciences. I want to share with you that Dr. Archer, and we should be appreciative of his service, when he considers how precious education is for the development of Trinidad and Tobago and for the development of the Caribbean region, consented after his retirement to lend his expertise to this region and to this institution. So you have the opportunity of benefiting from the tutelage, the leadership, and the guidance here at USC from one of Trinidad and Tobago's finest scientists. I invite to the podium at this time our Provost, Dr. Len Archer.
Thank you. Good morning. Well, it's good to be here. Welcome. As Pastor Onesi said, I'm a native of Tobago, but I'm a Trini, okay? So if you're born in Trinidad, have no fear. I'm a Trini. I spent a number of years in the United States leading the academic program at Advent Health University. Many of you may have or may have not heard about Advent Health University, but that's really relevant to the point, because I want to especially welcome you here. I've been the provost here for the last 4 months. I came here in August, and after spending a number of years, I think Pastor Onesi said I had retired. I mean, you look at me. Could I be a retiree? I spent a number of years, 30-odd years, in academics in Florida at Advent Health University, and decided to come here for a few important reasons. When I was a student at the University of the West Indies many years ago, I actually lived on this campus. I was the first it was called CUC in those days. I was the first non-CUC student to actually live in the dorm. Me and my brother, who we both came to the University of the West Indies together after high school in Tobago at Bishops, and then moving to teaching for a couple of years. We lived in the dorm. So I had the dorm experience here at then CUC, and became very active in the social and spiritual life of the campus. As a matter of fact, I want to tell you something. I got married on this campus. That's how much CUC embraced me. My wife is from Guyana. Any Guyanese here? Oh, wow. I heard one amen, and I think I saw one hand. Yeah, I visited Guyana with the college choir, and met this young lady, the best Guyana had to offer, and I decided she had to come to Trinidad. So she came to school a year later and graduated from here, and after leaving UWI, I actually taught here for a few years before I migrated to the United States. And we got married right here on campus. I'm sorry, I had the pictures, but I should have given them to you so you can see what we looked like back in the old days, as my children like to say. You know. So this has been an important part of my life, this campus has. And my wife, who, as indicated, graduated here as an alumnus, and has been very, very active in alumni relations at this institution. And that's because we treasure this institution. So you coming here is important for a number of reasons. They say there are 3 reasons people come to USC or go to school in the first place. One is that they believe that this campus has just what they want, that God has guided them to this campus for a special reason, to gain an education, to develop spiritually, and so on. There's another group, a group of people who are not sure what they want to do in life. They've come across USC, there are some interesting programs, and they say, let me go try it. There's another group of you, those who were sentenced here. You know what I mean? Your mom or your dad said, hey, pack your bags and go to school. You need it. And you reluctantly said, okay, and you came here. How many of you were sentenced there? No, don't put your hand up, especially if your parents are here with you. But if you're here for any one of those three reasons, you're in the right place. Because whether you're sentenced, whether you chose it by a VAPS, you know, or whether God spoke to you and told you this is the place for you, there is a good reason you're here. And I want you to remember that, because once you're here, you want to harness all that you have in you to do your best and become a part of an institution that has over 30,000 alumni since it started 95 years ago. You are not alone. You are not the first. You are part of a great group of people who, by the way, have been remarkably successful almost everywhere they've been. And I won't go to the list today, but there are a lot of alumni who have come here and received a great education and are now successful all over the world. Some of them are my friends who were at school here when I lived in the dorm, or when I was at the University of the West Indies, or even when I taught here for a few years. They are professors at Harvard, Yale, University of Michigan, some of the best institutions in the United States. They are doctors, lawyers. Some of them have come back to serve here. I want to mention one name, and that's Dr. Stephen Carroll, who was a student here, and just came back last year, just before I did, to serve, take over the leadership of the community hospital in Port of Spain. Noted surgeon in New York. And many others who serve at various levels. And in my experience over the last few years, they are still, even if they're not here, devoted alumni, because they contribute millions of dollars for various services at this university. And still do. They continually give, they're continually concerned. So you are part of an illustrious group of people. Even if you haven't graduated yet, just by choosing to come here, you're a part of that very, very, very illustrious group. I want you to remember that. I want you to remember that you are a part of this important group. And I want you to remember that because I also want you to see yourself as a major contributor to that group of people who will place yourself in society and make a mark. I know you can do it. I know it's the reason you're here. And we're happy to have you. We have students here represented from a variety of countries. I think you will enjoy the social experience, getting to know people. You just might be lucky and find your spouse here, which wouldn't be a bad thing, by the way. I can tell you that. This is an important part in your life for most of you when you're developing, you're moving in from that teenage, adolescent, or whatever you call it, phase into the more mature, academic, spiritually vibrant person. So take advantage of every opportunity you have here. Be involved in clubs. Be involved in spiritual life. But don't forget your academic programs. I'm the provost, so I communicate with the deans and I get a lot of information, and people write me and ask about different things. But if I don't know you, it isn't always bad. It's because you haven't been in any trouble. I get to see people who sometimes have issues, but most often, although I would love to engage with you, if you see me around, stop and say hi. I know there are a number of faces. I won't remember everybody's name, but the more often you chat with me, the more I become acquainted. You can come to my office, stop by, ask the secretary to see me and say hi. That's good. What I don't want is for you to have to make an appointment to see me for some other reason. All right? Promise that. But again, I don't want to take much more of your time. The president isn't here. He's actually traveling today. He's on his way back. He was hoping to be back earlier. He was hoping also to try to get a video for you, but you know how travel goes sometimes. He couldn't get that to you. But I'm sure you'll see him shortly at one of the first chapel sessions. He'll probably be here to meet with you. So on his behalf, and on behalf of all the faculty and staff here, I want to welcome you. You have a good group of faculty. You have very knowledgeable, well-trained faculty. They know what they're saying. They understand their degrees and their programs. And they'll be delighted to have you in class. But my last word is just a repetition of what I've said before. Take your academics seriously. At this time in your life, the world isn't going anywhere and leave you. Before you know it, it will be 4 years. And you'd say, oops, where did the time go? Before you know it, you'll be in graduate school. Before you know it, you'll be married and have children. But it all takes time, and it comes along. So, God bless you. Good to see you. Welcome to USC. I'm looking forward to shaking your hand in a few years when you'll walk the aisles, walk up to the stage, and receive your diploma. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Archer, for those words of motivation. Now, you have been welcomed to school by our provost and everyone, and by me, of course. So, I'm a second-generation Usian, meaning my parents went to USC, and then I came to USC. I've been here for about 4 years, and I was told I'm supposed to speak about my Usian experience, but that's a bit hard for me because COVID is very much a thing, and I didn't get to spend 2 years of my life on campus. But USC is such a great and amazing place to grow and develop yourself. Like, you can join so many things. Like, I joined the associated student body, and I'm going to ask Mr. Brent Remy, he's making his way, to come up here and give his experience, like his view on the Usian life. Like, how could USC be for you? What can you do at USC? Mr. Brent Remy?
Good morning, everyone. Almost jumped the clock a little here. All right. Ooh, go quiet. Everybody back listening? Yeah? On this side? Yeah? All right. Well, I'm taking this opportunity one time to welcome you to the University of the Southern Caribbean. And I'm going to do something a little bit off schedule. Anybody here from the School of Science and Technology, biology majors, computer science, nursing? Yes, that's my people right there. All right, so my experience at USC has been a very interesting one, very much so. There are bitter times, there are sweet times, there are really sweet times, and there are some confusing times. At any institution, you will find good and bad. What you look for, most times, is what you will get, regardless of whether the institution is faith-based or not. So if you look for the good in USC, trust me, you'll find the good. Because as our provost was just pointing out, if you look for clubs, if you get involved in clubs, you will find. Because as Rayan was just, Madam Vice President was just saying, she is part of the ASB as well am I. She's also part of NOSTI. She's my PRO for NOSTI. I'm the president of NOSTI. That's the science club under School of Science and Technology. And also the vice president of the Dominica Cultural Club. USC will open up your mind to a lot of different possibilities and opportunities and a lot of different events. I personally love to get involved in things. And if you get yourself involved in a lot of events, not forgetting the academic part of it, because you are a student first and foremost, you will definitely find yourself in a good and comfortable place. What else can I say?
I think you summed it up like pretty well. So like I keep saying ASB, the Associate Student Body, the student union that is made for you to help you to answer any questions that you have. If you see us on campus, you can stop us. We are here to help you. We are for you. And one thing about the ASB, we are under a department within the school that I messed up a while ago, the Department of Student Services and Enrollment. And I like to call him my boss, the Vice President, Pastor Onesi LaFleur, and I'm going to invite him back up again. I think he has more words to share with you. So as he makes his way, let's give a hand for Pastor Onesi. He's back again.
Okay, I thought I would have gotten off, but I'm here again. And this time I want to tell you that every time we have an orientation, a huge responsibility falls upon the university family. And I want to begin by talking to you today for exactly no less than 5 minutes about that responsibility that comes to us as the university family and what we expect from you. Coming onto the university campus is not just driving through the gates. It's not just getting up every morning, requesting funds from your parents, those of you who do that, and coming through the gates and coming on campus and having a good time. It's a little more involved than that. But even though being involved, there is still room for a lot of fun. When you come through the gates, you come to a tertiary education institution. As our provost highlighted, folks who have come here before are now holding their own in very celebrated and top positions around the world. I want to share with you, and don't say that it cannot be done. In this year, I think, the president of Harvard University would be a female. 100 years ago, that was almost unthinkable. So you never know where you would end up. And there are two reasons why institutions called universities exist. One, to contribute to national development. In two ways: development of human capital, training you to be able to take charge and run the affairs and push society along. So when you come through the gates, you're coming through the gate with a consciousness that I have come to USC because I can make a valuable contribution to the world, to my village, to my society. That's why I come to university. And then you're here to help improve the knowledge base of your society. And that comes through things like research and reading and writing, etc. So you are really standing in a significant position, a significant role, and that role being an agent of change. And that's the student that we want to cultivate here at USC. Not just someone who comes through the gate, and after coming through the gate, they come to classes, they loaf through the periods, and that's it. No, 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 no. Our desire is to create a student who can hold his or her own any part of the world, compete for any scholarship, pursue any academic program at any of the world's universities after he or she has left here. But while the university desires to do that, the ability to achieve that is in your hands. Meaning, while we can create all and get all the top class faculty, etc., you of yourself have got to come to the realization that I am now sitting in university, where, for those of us on gate, where the government happens to be putting millions of dollars into my development. And that should not be taken lightly. There's so many folks around the world who would wish that they had that opportunity, but they do not have that opportunity. And if you are privileged to have that opportunity, take it as a responsibility to move forward. So remember, you are part of the human capital development of Trinidad and Tobago and the rest of the Caribbean. And you will create new knowledge to help advance society and advance the world. The other thing I want to share with you is that you are being prepared to be a professional. What you're being prepared to be? A professional. And I want you to have that etched in your minds from now. You are being prepared to be a professional. And the professionals aren't simply the folk who wear suits and ties and have jobs that folks think the status of the job is equivalent to the way you dress. No, 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 no. Receiving your diploma, your certificate, your degree when you graduate from here, you are walking out of here as a professional. So professionals act with integrity, meaning what I am in private is who I'll be in public. You disagree with me? Professionals act with integrity. And professionals do not say certain things about other professionals. Professionals understand that there may be differences of opinion, but if I have a postulate, if I have a point, I should be able to share objectively why I hold this point and respect another person's view and encourage them to justify as well why they objectively hold that point. The reason why I'm stressing the issue of that we are being here and you're being prepared to be a professional is because there are some responsibilities that I want to share with you early. If you practice going to class late at university, you're going to do it in the workplace. If you practice going to class late while you're at university, you're going to be going to interviews late. You're going to and you'll always have an excuse. Being a professional, you minimize the excuses you give for your performances. Agreed, my friend? Do not schedule things to be done during your class time. For these 4 or 3.5 years, your focus is to get into your class and get out. So don't schedule things in your class time. You know why? Because your mind will be all around while you are supposed to be focusing on your class. When I was in 3rd form, I was failing badly at mathematics, and this is my second to last point. Until this young guy who's now an aeronautical engineer in the US came into my class. He had just finished advanced levels, and he wrote on the board, he introduced himself, we knew him, he was a prefect at the school, etc. And he wrote on the board that for the next 2 terms, he'll be teaching us mathematics and additional mathematics. Now, the way my class was constructed, we didn't want to see him at all. Because as far as we were concerned, M was for mathematics and M was for mean. And then he wrote that mathematics is the easiest subject on the curriculum for you to get 100% in. Now, by then, we felt that he was fit for St. Anne's. Agreed? And he said to us, what I want you to do when I teach every lesson I teach, you vow, you make a determination to be able to teach that lesson better than me to somebody else. Now, by then, he sure had to be a patient in St. Anne's. But he worked with us, a class of 46 students, and everyone passed mathematics with the minimum grade of a grade 1. If you didn't get a distinction, you got a grade 1. When we talk among ourselves now, because we ask ourselves, what did he do to allow those of us who, because for me when I was school, I played cricket before school, I played cricket at break time, I played cricket at lunchtime, I played cricket after school. Because cricket was the way to make money if you had played those days. But we asked ourselves just this December, what did he do to inspire that class of 46 students to excel? I believe that the first thing he helped us to understand that you must not be afraid to fail. Because if you fail, you can only learn from your failures. And when you learn from your failures, you can only do better. And I want to say that to every one of you Ucheon students. Do not worry with who laugh at you, who think that you have not done well. use every experience as a stepping stone to grow in your professional endeavors. Understanding that there will always be people around you who do not think that you have that potential to go forward. The next thing he told us never, so we realized that he instilled in us that don't be afraid to fail. The other thing that we thought that he did to us was he made us believe that we can conquer this thing by encouraging us to be able to teach others what we were being taught. So when he divided us up into 4 sets, it was because when a topic was taught, somebody in the set had to teach that topic over to the members of the set. And you know what that did? By doing it, by being intentional and doing it over and over and over again, it helped us. I say to folks, you're doing difficult subjects, help those who are struggling. It reinforces the ideas in your mind, and you could walk into the exam, get it done, and walk out. But it's a simple principle. He who helps will gain. And I want to end, not keeping you much longer, by reading 2 quotes that came to my mind. 1, there is no chance, no destiny, no fate that can circumvent or hinder or control the firm resolve of a determined soul. I repeat for you. There is no chance, no destiny, no fate that can circumvent or hinder or control the firm resolve of a determined soul. Ella Wheeler Wilcox. Let me tell you why. Be determined to finish and finish in style. And sometimes be determined that your competition is not the other people around you. You know why? Because if they get 80 and you get 81, you will think you have done well. The competition is 100. And you can go after that with you, irrespective of what they're doing. You won't get it right on every occasion, but don't be afraid to fail. And finally, students, take chances. Make mistakes. That's how you grow. Pain nourishes your courage. You have to fail in order to practice to be brave. And while you are here, be brave and set your eyes on another presentation. You'll hear about GPAs, etc. As the Office of the University responsible for student affairs, I want you to see coming through the gates as the beginning of your professional journey. Set your eyes on graduating with honors. Can you do it? And I want you to do it through the help of Almighty God. May God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor Onesi Lafleur. All right. I know we've been hearing a lot of talking, so hopefully let's see if we remember anything. Can anybody here in the crowd tell me one thing that Pastor Lafleur just said? Just one thing. One thing. Raise your hand, one thing. I see a hand in the back. I'm coming to you with the mic. Stand, please. Who? Okay.
Good day, everyone. He who helps succeed.
All right. And you get a pop socket. Yes. Okay, does anybody else? Okay, another question. Another question. Can you tell me who the president of the University of the Southern Caribbean is? I said, okay, she had her. Dr. Archer.
Dr. Colwick Wilson.
All right, and you get, let me see, a USC pin. Okay. And I just gave it away. Can somebody tell me who is the provost of the University of the Southern Caribbean? I see a hand in the back. I see a hand in the back. White shirt. Can I get there?
That fella who no leave. Okay, everybody do.
The guy that just leave. You could give me his name. No? No? I see another hand in the back right there.
Dr. Archer.
You could give me the first name. Okay, okay. I could give you something for that, man, you know. I could give you, what we feeling today? A ruler. Yeah, you can take the ruler. You can take the ruler. All right. Give a hands up for
Jaden Clark.
All right. Jaden, what degree are you doing?
Medicine.
Okay, Jaden, pop off. All right, so give a hands up for Jaden, who gave the name, well, half the name of the provost. So we have a lot left for you guys. Like, you have so much information to get before this is all over. But I know you're sitting here like, I'm hungry, and that's all right, because I'm hungry too. And we have a luncheon for you guys coming up at 12. We also have at 2:45. Yeah, I'll clap for that too. I'm clapping for that too internally. And we also have coming up GATE. I know GATE is very important for Trinidadians. They're coming at 2:45 to give us some well-needed information. We also have a paper is going around, will soon be going around for registration, just to see who's there. So you could just take your name if you're present, and if your name isn't on the paper, you could put it at the back of the form in the blank spaces. Now, I need to introduce our keynote speaker. She is here. She looks wonderful. And let my phone open, and it is open. So Miss Karina Nanan is a vibrant, enthusiastic, strong-minded young woman who has envisioned a life of being committed to helping serve others since her formative years. She is an alumna of the University of the Southern Caribbean, guys. Let me tell you, we'll be producing amazing people. Her youth is not to be overlooked, as she constantly seeks to encourage and support the interests of the youth of Trinidad and Tobago, citing as a youth advocate with groups such as the Trinidad Youth Council, Rotaract Committees, Trinidad and Tobago Youth Ambassadors, and the Trinidad and Tobago Youth Advocacy Network. She is a woman for the youth, clearly. Her most recent project has been the startup of the Willow Foundation, a foundation that she founded and is the president of, with a membership ranging from different areas of the country of various ages. The foundation touches on social issues ranging from, but not limited to, humanitarian efforts, education initiative, community outreach, and so much more. She is proud to serve as a board director of the San Juan Business Association, Miss Karina Nanan. But before she comes, I heard someone here was in the music department. Music department people, wave your hands. Woo, woo, woo. No? No? Okay, okay. But I know somebody was here. We have an item of music from USC Music, and they are going to play it. No. And after that, Miss Karina Nanan. Make sure to listen. We still have more to give away.
Your great name, Good morning, class of 2026, 2027. Let's make some noise. That's right. Good morning, 2016, a proud member from the faculty, or as we say, the School of Social Sciences. Do we have any social science? Make some noise, that's right. But don't worry, the other schools are important, so I'm just a little biased, right? So before I go on, today's theme is really, it's a very short feature, but it's very much the theme of one step is enough for success. So let's repeat that back. One step is enough for success. Ready? 2, 3. That's right. So some of you may be very new to academia. So if this is your very first time you're entering into university life, just raise your hand. All right. You raise it higher, that's right. Okay, for those of you who are returning, this may be your second degree, put your hand up. All right, come put your hand up higher. All right, right, I see you. How many of you all are students who are here from different islands or different countries? All right, shout out what country are you from? Oh, Grenadians, make some noise. All right. Anybody else from any other country? Where are you from, love? The Bahamas. All right. Where are you from? St. Kitts and Nevis? Any other country, island, neighboring region? No. Dominica. Shout it out, shout out. Yes. And for those of you who are from Trinidad and Tobago, let me hear you shout it out. All right, nice. So there is probably about a registration of 180 of you all who are here joining us this year. Some of you all may not, you all are opting to view at home. Some of you all will be joining us this week. But first and foremost, welcome to the University of the Southern Caribbean. It is going to be one of the most amazing journeys, I will say so, with so much pride. I hope that you understand the importance of now becoming a Yushan. So, yes, you've heard from the greats, I would say, like Pastor LaFleur. You've heard from the provost. You have been hearing from our wonderful members of the university's association student body. These are all various aspects of the part of university life here at USC. So, one of the things I want to really share a little bit with you all. Yes, one step is enough for success. So, those of you who are very new to academia life now, some of you all look various in ages. So for those of you who are under 20, make some noise if you are under 20 years old. Now you're under 20, which means you're youthful. Let me hear you could do better than that. Under 20, let me hear you. All right, 21 to 25. 25 to 30. Crickets. All right, okay. So while you are here, most of you, if you are excited to be here, first, before we even go on, before being excited, we just came out of a pandemic, which was very, very difficult. Did anybody here enjoy the lockdown? Yeah. All right. Oh. But how many of you are excited that you are back out? Even better, that's right. But one of the most important aspects that you will get to enjoy during this aspect is being able to integrate with others. So we would have just said a little earlier, we have some persons who are visiting, not visiting, sorry, but they will be studying and joining us from different islands and neighboring regions. And that is a great way how you can now integrate through cultural experience. So the university is really proud as well to offer something called International Students Week, where it's a project designed by the ASB, which is the lovely young people who've been walking around in the navy blue t-shirts. They're your hosts this morning, they're outside. They are the associated student body. I myself was a member. And during that experience, it's sort of like how you have a student government. They help advocate and lobby on your behalf. You can also, any one of you can also join and become a member during your tenure here, whether you're here for 3.5 years, 4 years. Make sure, find a way, get involved. whether it be serving on a committee or becoming a member yourself. So through that experience, International Student Week is just one of the many components of things you can join while here. You get to taste food from every part of the region. There's about, yes, make some noise if you're excited. That's right. So while we've only heard about 4 or 5 countries here this morning, there are about 40 plus countries that the university is proud to be involved in student and campus life. So you get to experience different islands, countries, even as far as sometimes you may see people from France, because there's a French club. If you speak Francais, anybody here? Francais? Yeah, okay. If you want to experience something without having to travel, this is the perfect week. So make sure and mark it on your calendar when you see it. Now, you're probably wondering, apart from the fact that this was a very great entry program for you, for those of you, any pre-med students here this morning? Biology, comp sci, all right. Allied health, no crickets, all right. Don't worry. So, one of the important things that you get that sets you apart. Now, you've been hearing that a lot this morning. A lot of our provost, our vice president, they came up here and they told you the importance of being a Yushan and how it sets you apart. But really and truly, I'm telling you that as somebody who is an alumni, the principles and the things that you will learn while you are here will really set you apart. You get to learn about how to deal with struggles, how you really face challenges on every day. When exams start to hit you and you're wondering, and you're saying, don't cry on the ground, what are you really doing here, boy? Are you really ready for university? But don't worry and don't fear. There's a little project as well as part of the university called Spiritual Week. Alumni and faculty, if you know about Spiritual Week, give them some noise, yeah? So let me just tell you what Spiritual Week does. Not only don't you have exams scheduled and your class times are a lot shorter, like they literally cut class times to maybe about an hour. It's really good. But you get to interact with pastors, from persons from the theology, School of Theology, from in-house campus pastors. They really sit with you and they pray with you. So while you may say, yeah, boy, there's a real church school, it's not just a church school. But what it will do is it really adds value to your life. Because when you are going through the struggle of academia, because some of you all may be, any full-time students here this morning? Raise your hands, raise your hands, let's see. Full-time students, okay. But how many of you all are part-time students? Right, so most of the part-time students, I assume you have jobs or other obligations. Sometimes that might become a challenge for you as coming down to the ending of the semester. You want to hand up assignments, you may have deadlines, it may be, like I say, a challenge. And that is one of the great aspects of USC, because there are services available when you start to become overwhelmed. There's a counseling service that's available on campus. There's the spiritual and theology aspect that will help you through prayer, and it's as simple as it sounds, prayer can change so much in your life. And being able to find little outlets that are safe and constructive spaces really adds value. And the university is very proud to produce those projects designed just for you. So, as I want to go on to tell you about steps of success, while this might be a very small part, it is a very important part, because all of you here this morning chose to go on to pursue education, whether it was your first option, whether it was something that you probably see the deadline date. I know some of you probably, that Royal Fall in the Garden, you're seeing the deadline date coming up 2 days to go, and you're rushing to put together things. Or if you are an avid planner who thought about this university years before you came in, whatever background or field you are coming here to study, this is an important part. So give yourselves a round of applause because you've chose to come to school. No matter how old you are or how young you are, because you're varying in ages, if you are coming from different parts of Trinidad or outside, this is still an important part for you. And never take it for granted what you will be able to accomplish while you are here. Your university life is also very important. Like I said, there's so many different committees, there's so many different groups that you can join. Anybody here into sports? Football, cricket, netball? Right, nice. The university has even gone on. Some of our persons who went on here for netball plays professional netball in Europe right now. So that's a really great, if that's something you're interested in doing. You can also join a cricket team. There's football. There's different sports that you can get involved in that really helps take that pressure off of you during your academic year. So one of the important things I wanted to share, how many, I hope that they take note of this, but does anybody know how old the school is this year? 95, that's right. So it's been here for a very long time, and you all most likely will be part of the 100th class because you will be expected to graduate within 2026, 2027. And that is going to tell you how important your class or your attendance here is, because you will now become part of a legacy. So while you are here, make the most of your university experience, no matter where you are, no matter where you come from, no matter your age, your demographic. It doesn't matter. This is your chance to shine. This is your chance to build something for yourself. This is your part to form. Because the lessons that you learn here, while the school may go on to tell you you can join this and join that, do things that are impactful for you. Some of you may have a goal plan and some of you may not, and both is quite okay. You can get to learn during your time here what works for you. Some people go on to change majors. I did. I started with one program, and within the year, I ended up making a degree switch. And that happens. The school facilitates that once there's an amicable understanding. You can go on to finish the program maybe before time, or you can, maybe you may have personal things that goes on during the year. You can speak to student services, you can get a deferral. Whatever happens, your experience is curtailed to you. This is your journey, this is your time. You are proud to be a Yushan, and I hope that you will go on to become part of the 30,000 plus alumni. So congratulations to you all for being here. This is just one step at a time. You don't have to worry, you don't have to rush. Take it at your own pace. You will get there. Congratulations and welcome to the University of the Southern Caribbean.
All right. Thank you, Miss Karina Nanan. I'd like to call you back up here, and I'd like to call Miss Jelana Grant. Yes, Miss Grant. As we present a token of our appreciation for spending your time with us here today to give us such words of encouragement. Where are the cameras, Alex?
For your words of encouragement.
Thank you.
Sorry for the long pause. I forgot my folder. Okay, we're back again, guys. So Miss Nanan said so many things. I am hopefully we remember she was such a motivational speaker for me. And so now let's keep up to date where we are about to go. So the university has some satellite campuses. Does anyone know any satellite campuses that we have? No? Okay. Well, we have a campus in South, in Tobago, Antigua, St. Lucia, Guyana, I think I'm missing one, Barbados. And they're going to come, and our site coordinators are going to come and speak to us briefly for a quick second. After that, Dr. Fiona Rajkumar, who is the Associate Professor of the School of Education and Humanities, she's going to speak to us on transitioning into university life. Then we were supposed to have a program, but it will be emailed to you, which is Understanding Your Degree, Credit, Audit, and Check Sheet by Miss Anya Anton. She's going to email that information to you so you know how to keep track of your GPA. That's pretty important, your GPA. So important in this school. Then we're going to have Navigating USC's Virtual Learning Environment by Mr. Rodney Rajkumar. And then we'll be wrapping up for lunch. Anybody excited for lunch? Lunch. No? It's food. Woo! Yes. Woo! Hey, it's free food now. It's free food. Everybody's excited. Then we have our Gate Farms. Gate, important. It's coming up 2:45. Now, there's going to be some on-demand webinars that are going to be emailed to you. This is the importance of academic integrity. This is mandatory. I'm sure it comes up at some point. Like, I think this is a great thing. Getting involved as a first-year student, that's really important. Building a socio-emotional competence as a student. Supporting your child or spouse to university. I don't think that's mandatory. Adulting 101, because you're in university, we are adulting. We checking our own selves. We sending in our projects. Navigating your way as a first-generation university student and life as a non-traditional university student, and then making the grades. Important. You're here for fun, but you're also here to get that degree with honors and a high GPA, just like our vice president said. So now I am inviting the site coordinators, welcome, to be played on the screen. Let me see if I can do it magically. No?
Welcome to the University of the Southern Caribbean. I am delighted that you have chosen this university to pursue your studies. Here, we will nurture you, provide you with a rich educational journey, along with uplifting experiences that will grow and develop a better you. Your part is hard work. Virat Kohli puts it like this: self-belief and hard work will always earn you success. That success will be developed through a love for God and through His guidance. I wish you an exciting journey with the University of the Southern Caribbean. Success to you and welcome.
Hello, my name is Cecilia Catherine Ingsley, and I'm the coordinator of the St. Lucia campus of the University of the Southern Caribbean. I am happy, I am delighted to welcome you to this university. Now, you have made the right choice. USC is the place for you. Are you wondering if you're going to make it? Sure you will, because Philippians 4:13 says, "For I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength." I encourage you, you give it your best, put all that you have, and trust in God. He will help you. You will make it. You will succeed. And we all will be proud of you. Your parents will be, I will be, and above all, you'll be proud of yourself. So, let's go. And let's have a wonderful time together at the University of the Southern Caribbean. God bless you.
Students of the South Campus, welcome to our campus. Welcome to the place where your minds will be expanded, knowledge will be imparted. Welcome to the place you call your second home for the next 4 years. Class of 2026, the administration, faculty, and staff is excited to start this journey with you. While we know this journey won't be easy, rest assured that we are here to be with you every step of the way. Be determined to accomplish your goals. Be determined to be a leader and not a follower. Be determined to overcome every obstacle, knowing that God is your captain and He would see you through. Class of 2026, welcome. I am delighted to welcome all our 2022 freshmen to this an exciting journey at the University of the Southern Caribbean. I welcome you to your journey beyond excellence. And do note that Ralph Marston said, excellence is not a skill, it is an attitude. And Zig Ziglar said, your attitude will determine your altitude. Welcome from the administration, faculty, staff, and current students at the Guyana campus. Welcome.
I am Suzanne Gore, the coordinator of the Antigua campus. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to your new exciting academic journey. Wow! As you go through this experience, you will have your highs and your lows. But please remember that you are not alone. God is with you. That great God gives wisdom and all that you're so much in need of. He's just a prayer away. And your lecturers, the coordinator, your deans, they are just a telephone call away or even walk to their offices. And so you are not alone. Don't try to make it alone. And in closing, I'd like to leave a quote that I found worked with me right through my academic life. Ellen G. White, in the book Education, page 99 to 100, she says, remember, you will never reach a higher standard than you yourself set. So set your mark high, and step by step, even though it be by painful effort, ascend the whole length of the ladder of progress. Let nothing hinder you. Students, welcome and all the best success to you in your academic journey.
Hello, from the sister I am Mrs. Venus Simon Frederick, Campus Director of the Tobago Extension Campus, where minds come alive and excellence blossoms. Welcome to the University of the Southern Caribbean. You have made an excellent choice, particularly if you've chosen to study at the Tobago campus. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. USC offers a holistic educational experience, and so we want you to excel holistically. We want you to excel mentally. Study. Pay attention to your assignments. Get those A's. After all, you came here for a degree. We want you to excel socially. Be sure to make friends along the way. And don't forget your family members. You will certainly need their support on this journey. We want you to excel physically. Take care of your body. Eat well. Exercise. Drink lots of water. Get adequate rest. Above all else, we want you to excel spiritually. If you seek God first and His righteousness, all other things will be added on to you. Remember that without God, you are nothing. But with Him, you can do all things. So enjoy this wonderful journey. We're happy to have you here. Bye.
Those were our site coordinators. And to our viewers online, thank you for being here. I forgot to welcome you and I feel so horrible. Thank you for being here. You can state what degree you're doing in the chat. We'll interact and engage with you. You could say what degree you're in the chat, and what country you're from, where you're looking on from. Welcome. Thank you for being here. So now we have Transitioning to University Life by Dr. Fiona Rajkumar, who is our Associate Professor from the School of Education and Humanities. Dr. Rajkumar. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me clearly? Yes? Okay, great. So, the presentation will also be on the screen. And what I would like you to do, if you have a phone, if you have a way of taking notes, try to take whatever you think is important to you, right? Because especially I realize quite a few of you all are first-year students, thank you. Quite a few are first-year students. And so I'll be speaking to different groups of persons and students as this presentation progresses. So do we have parents here as well? May I see any parents? Very good. I want to commend the parents for coming with their young people. I have my 2 daughters here as well. Neither of them is in university yet, but we will get there soon enough. And parental support is really important for students to succeed at university, right? It's not something that you can do alone. And so, as we begin the presentation, let me say a brief prayer and then I'll start. Heavenly Father, as we come to you, we thank you for today. We thank you for gathering us here. I thank you for these young people and not so young people who may be who are starting this journey of their university life. You know the entire span of what this experience will be for them. I pray, Heavenly Father, that you will equip them for the triumphs ahead, but also for the challenges ahead. I pray that resilience will be built in them. I pray that they will set their standards high as has been advised. And I pray that at the end of it, they will indeed be persons of excellence who can go out into our society and into their various societies, and they can truly make a difference. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen. Okay, so for the first slide, this is just a reminder of what you've probably heard of over and over and over for the day, right? The mission and the vision and the motto of the University of the Southern Caribbean. Now, it is important because this is the institution that you have chosen to do your degree for the next 4 years. And so it is in your best interest to understand the philosophy of this institution, okay? So the mission is to transform ordinary people like us into extraordinary servants of God to humanity through a holistic tertiary educational experience. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. Vision, it is a Seventh-day Adventist university fully reflecting the character of God through spiritual, intellectual, physical, social, and cultural development. And our motto is Beyond Excellence. So on this next slide, one of the very important things for you to know is that USC is not just a place that you come to get a degree, okay? You come here, or students come here, to be developed holistically. And your academic development is just but one part of that process, right? So, at USC, because we are a Christian Seventh-day Adventist institution, we see this spiritual as being the foundation of all that we do. We are a spiritually driven university, driven by the ideals set for us by Christ. So that's why transformation is so important. So you come in here one way, but you will definitely not leave here the same way in the next 4 years. And we're trusting that you will leave here having grown, having gained insight, and being a much better person, right? I'm sure we listen to the news, whether this is in the Caribbean or Trinidad and Tobago, even across the world. We listen to the news and we realize that humanity, we have some challenges, right? This morning, my husband and I were just talking, and he was sharing with me an incident he heard about, I think it's in the University of Iowa, where a young man got into a dorm and he murdered 4 out of 6 students who were in that dorm, right? I don't know how many of you all heard that at a university. So we have challenges in the world, okay? And so part of what we do here is to try to seek answers to some of those challenges that are faced by humanity. And at university, that's what universities are tasked with doing. So now, in this era, we've sort of kind of lost that vision of what universities do. Universities are meant to innovate, to challenge, and to inspire the persons that come to university to make a change in the world, okay? And so you are no different. You are no different from young people who go to Cambridge, to Oxford, to those Ivy League universities in the US. When you get a degree in social sciences, you have to understand that these people are your cohorts. Is that clear? So when you come here, do not shortchange yourself thinking that you are going to a small university in Trinidad and Tobago. You are becoming part of a university community that is global, and in Trinidad and Tobago, the responsibility is yours to take these experiences and to see how you can translate them into real solutions that can help us solve real problems. Is everybody on that page with me? So that's one of the first things I want you to know. Be very mindful of your university experience. Be very aware of it, so as you go through it, you can really gain from it, okay? So in terms of your intellectual development, that's where that is at. You are here to develop yourselves intellectually. I've heard too many in university students say, God, but I don't like to read. That is something we are going to have to work on, okay? Because that's how you gain knowledge. Whether it is you read it, you listen to it, however you ingest it, the knowledge has to go into you. It doesn't always have to be reading from the pages. We are different kinds of learners, okay? But you have to be interested in gaining knowledge. Then a university is not the place to be if you're not interested in gaining knowledge, because that knowledge is what you are going to use to change yourself and to transform your environment. So you're not here to get the least of the information that you can gain from your lecturers. You are here to get the most and then some, okay? In terms of your physical development, it is very important. Physical health is key, or one of the keys to you succeeding, and later on we will speak about that as well. The social dimension of university, where you are able to interact with persons who are similar to you but who are also different from you, is very important, again, because when you go out into the wider world, so social and cultural going together, when you go out into the wider world, you are not only going to be meeting with people who are exactly like you or who have exactly your same mindset, okay? You're going to interact with different people. And so that is also extremely important to know and to be able to think about as we go out into the world, right? And especially in a place like Trinidad and Tobago, where we are a diverse society. So this is the historian part of me speaking to you now, because I teach history, and a very important part of understanding our history is understanding our diversity. That is also an extremely important part of what you will learn. So even when you do subjects like history that you may think, oh my God, this has nothing to do with my major. It has everything to do with your major, because you are going to go out in a particular society to practice what you would have learned in your major. And if you're not aware of the society, if you're a psychologist, if you are pre-med, going to be a doctor, if you're a teacher, whatever you're going to be, or whoever you would like to be, you're going to have to interact with people. And if you are to be successful, you are going to have to understand people and why people behave in the way they behave. So those other subjects that are meant to bolster your degree, do not take them for granted, okay? So on the next slide, it says, there's a question for you to think about. What do you think is going to be the most difficult part of being at university? So I'd like to hear a couple people. What do you think may be one of the challenges or most difficult aspects that you may face as you transition into being at university? Would anyone want to share? Just put up your hand and share what you think might be a challenge or something that you may face. Am I seeing a hand? No one? Well, one challenge may be being able to speak in public. Let me see that. Yes, stand and just tell me out loud. Yes, time management. She said time management. So that's one, and that is something we will definitely be speaking about. Time management. Anybody else? Could we have maybe one or two more? Any challenges, other challenges you think you may face? Focus, being able to stay focused. Yes. And maybe one more, yes.
Discipline.
Discipline, yes, discipline. Okay, great. So we have time management, focus, and discipline. So let's move on. So in this presentation, I will examine some areas that are necessary to being successful at university and some of the characteristics you will need to be able to be successful. Now, these are things that will not just happen overnight. So pay attention, take note. So if you had to take note of something, these points are something to take note of, because this is the process that you will be going through. And when you're going through a process, it's always good to be aware of what you're going through. So when the pressure hits you or when something happens, you can say, okay, I remember that presentation back on orientation when Dr. Rajkumar was speaking, and she spoke about different aspects of taking responsibility. And so this is what I'm going through now, and so I am going to use these elements that I learned to help me take responsibility, whether it is of my time or my mind so I can stay focused, or my behavior so I can stay disciplined, right? So taking responsibility of yourself is a really important part of transitioning to university life. If you have come straight out of secondary school, or if you are still in the workforce, or if you've never if you've never had persons in your family who have been to university, then being able to take responsibility for yourself is something you're going to have to learn. All right? Anybody in here is like a first-time university student, meaning that you are the first in your family to go to university? Yeah, so we have a couple people like that, right? So I'll be specifically speaking to your cohort. Another important characteristic is being proactive. At university, you have to take charge of yourself and what you do. It is a little different from secondary school, or very different from secondary school, where sometimes you may find teachers may play a much more guiding role for you. Now, USC is different because faculty, we do play a great guiding role for students, right? We do work with you a lot, we do help you a lot, and you have a whole student development services. So there's a lot of support for students at USC, which is a good thing. But ultimately, we cannot do your exams, we cannot go to your classes. There are certain things that you must take responsibility for. Honesty is a really important facet of this as well. And later on, you will hear something on academic integrity. Sometimes when your back is against the wall and your assignments are due and you have 4 assignments due on the same day, believe you me, the temptation to cheat is there. The difference with your generation is that you also have the ability to cheat. In my generation, when I was at university, I didn't have that because we had no internet, right? So I still had to go and find the books. And it's like, what? You had no internet? The internet was now coming on stream, right? I'm not that old. So we didn't have, what I should say, we didn't have this easy access, like you'll have to databases and all of that. We still had to go into the library, dig up in the journals that were still book journals. If we didn't do that, we couldn't get the information for our courses. There was no such thing as, well, there was plagiarism, but not like how it is now because there was nothing to copy and paste, right? So you are in a very different kind of environment. And so students have been tempted to lift paragraphs from books, copy and paste things from the internet and put it in their essays. So you're going to hear about that and listen to how you can beat that, because academic dishonesty, you do not want that to follow you. Academic dishonesty can actually get you expelled from university and it goes onto your record. So you really don't want that to be a part of your record at all, okay? So honesty is really important. Being able to develop yourself and taking, as Karina said, taking advantage of those really good opportunities for self-development. You will learn to balance and you will learn to see what you can take that will help you, whether it is you're able to be part of the parliamentary, the young people who are part of the parliamentary moot team, if you want to go into politics or whatever you may want to go into. There are opportunities for you to develop yourself if you want to get some work experience on campus. So seeing how you can develop yourself. Being aware of who you are, being aware of your mental health, we'll touch a little bit on that. And then different groups of people being able to adapt to university. So first-time university students, international students, students who are working, because I saw some of you raise your hands, right? You have to balance in ways that are different from students who are not working. So important to note, taking responsibility for yourselves is a process. This is a journey. It is new. You have to be patient because success takes time. You have to be teachable. That's really important. Teachable means you're able to listen to people, okay? Not be wise in your own eyes and act as though you know it all. Success will come as you learn and as you're willing to listen. And you will get better and better as you progress, right? One step at a time. The next slide looks at self-discipline. Now, one aspect of self-discipline, or one definition of self-discipline, and this is not something that is taken from a book or anything, right? This is when I was talking to a counseling friend of mine, and she shared with me this, how she sees self-discipline, and I found it to be so apt. And she says, self-discipline is doing what needs to be done in the time that it should be done. Very simple, okay? So if now is the time to sleep, go and sleep, okay? If now is the time to go to class, what should you do? Say it louder. That's too soft. Say it again. Go to class. And the temptation is going to be there. Sometimes a friend might say, God, me feel like going to class today, no. Yes, Mercy is right. And you have to say, here, remember what Dr. Rajkumar said. When it's time for class, go to class. Do you know why? because the time it will take you to get the note that you missed is longer than the class. Okay? So you would have wasted not going to class, whether it is to lime or to play on your phone or to do whatever, which is your hour and 15 minutes. You should have been in class. Then you have to go and find somebody who would be willing to give you their lecture. Now, if you were not sick or dying, they shouldn't give you their lecture because you should have been in class. But you may have a kind friend who will share their lecture with you. Then you have to go and either figure out what they wrote or their translation, or because they're not taking that note for you, right? They're taking it for them. And then you have to go and either take the pictures or whatever and then go over that note, and then you might not understand everything because you were not in the class, and then you may have to find the lecturer to explain something to you. That takes longer. So when you have class, go to your class. All right? So self-discipline, what helps to keep you on track is doing what you know needs to be done in the time that you have allotted for that exercise. Is everyone clear on that? And if you can remember that, that will really help to keep you on track. Taking responsibility now, time management skills. So how do we do what we need to do in the time it needs to be done? We have to have some kind of routine or schedule. And so people are different, and so, as I said, this is a journey where you will learn yourself. Some people may work good with a timetable, meaning that they slot in the various things that they have to do, right, by time, literally. And some people work good with a routine, because they may not be as rigid, but they still know what they have to do, okay? So they know they have their classes at this time, so they go to their classes. They know that they have their assignments due, and this is when the assignments are due. They know they have specific times that they work on their assignment. Whatever it is, if it's a rigid timetable that maps out your day and the times and all of that, because that's your personality, or it is a less rigid, more flexible routine, you need to have something that helps you to chart what you are doing. Another friend and I were speaking this morning because her daughter is at university. And one of the things that always happens at university is that you would find that many of your deadlines may be a bit close together. All right? You can't get away from that. I started university in 1995, and after my first semester, I was like, okay, so this is how it is. I can't change it. I need to know how to work with this, right? And throughout my 10 years in university, to go from an undergrad to a PhD, that didn't change. What had to change was how I adapted to the situations and how I managed my time. And so at the beginning of the semester, you will get something called a course outline. What is it called? A course outline. Now, I have met too many students who do not read their course outlines. And this is how you know when a student has not read their course outline. They come and they say, Miss, oh gosh, I missed the quiz. You could open it back for me? Or they say, Miss, what is the research essays again? You could tell me? And then I tell them very nicely. I say, sweetheart, go back to the course outline, and if you cannot find the research essays, then come and talk to me. Because the course outline is your map for the semester. It has everything there. All your research assignments, all your due dates. Read your course outline. Because then you will never forget or miss an assignment. And you're able to take your timetable and say, okay, for my 4 courses, these are my due dates. And what you can do, because you have a course outline, is that you can begin working on your things, your assignments early. You can begin doing the readings for your essays. You can, when you go to your lectures, you can listen and you can begin to plan what you have to do. And so in that way, even though it will still be difficult, it doesn't make it, it allows you not to become overwhelmed. You are able to manage your time because you understand what you have to do and when assignments are due. Is everyone clear on that? Yeah? So that's another reason why you shouldn't miss your classes. Because you do have quite a few things to manage. And so when you miss a class, it's who are gate recipients, well, you don't have a choice. You have to be consistent. Because attendance is taken, and attendance can affect your ability to receive gate if it looks like you're not going to class. Okay, so you want to keep those things in mind. Gate is really a scholarship, right? You're not getting education for free. I'm paying for your education. Okay, it's coming out of taxpayers' money. So nothing is free. Somebody is always paying for something. So I want you all to keep that in mind as well. GATE is not a handout. It is not a gift. It is something that the country is paying for. It's an investment into our human resources. So do not squander that investment. Use it well. Okay? So I don't want to say I didn't have gate, but I didn't have gate, right? My parents had to pay every cent. And if we wanted to get anything free, we had to get scholarships. We had to get scholarships, or in university, we had to get what was called bursaries. Bursaries were, if you did really well, like you got a certain GPA or a certain grade average, then you could apply to have some of your tuition off, all right? So GATE is it's a gift, and make the most of that gift, right? Next slide. So know yourself. Part of self-discipline is knowing yourself and knowing what you have to work with. And sometimes when you come to university, you get to know yourselves in ways that you did not know yourself, or you get to not be in denial about who you are. So let's see. What are some of your biggest distractions? Anybody? What do you think are some of your biggest distractions? Or biggest hindrances to self-discipline? What do you think might pop up as a challenge? Anybody? Something you may have to really manage. Yes. Procrastination is the thief of time. And time is something you never get back. So procrastination is something that we may have to work on. And sometimes when something is difficult, the tendency is to like keep putting it off, right? And so there are some tips we could use to help us deal with procrastination. Any other challenges or distractions you think you may face while at university? Yes. Spending time on the phone. Yeah. Social media in all its varied, wonderful, splendid forms, right? So yes, spending time on the phone, and because it could become addictive, right? Somebody say relationships. Is that a dad? Is that a parent, a teacher? Yes. Relationships, so let's go to them, right? So technology and social media, we have it way up there, because everybody has a phone now. And if you didn't have a phone or access to the internet before COVID, after COVID, everyone has it now, right? Including young children, right? And some of the research studies coming out are showing that it is addictive. It affects your brain, okay? It makes you want more and more and more. And so sometimes, I remember when I first started, I would go through regular periods of what I call detoxification, right? Where I would say, okay, for this period of time, I'm not going on the phone, I'm not going on social media unless I have to. And so that has helped me now to be able to manage. So it's not difficult for me to manage how much time I spend on social media, or to be on social media when I know I should be doing something else, because it does not control me. And so you want to come up to a point where you want nothing to control you. Do you all understand that? You must be in control of yourself. And so you're not compulsive, like, oh my goodness, I need to see how many likes I got on Instagram, or I just need to listen to one last TikTok video after 2 hours have passed, right? I've seen some of the parents looking. Glad parents here, because we know, they know, right? It is what it is. We have to learn to balance, because we can't say no social media, because social media is just a part of their reality, right? So you have to learn to manage what is a part of your reality and use it for good. You can use it to relax, but you can't live on it, right? Especially if you're in university. Friends, you want to be able to choose friends who will help you. And so even though we're a Christian university, not everyone who comes here will have the same values, okay? What I would say first, before I bash people, is I would say know what your values are. Know who you want to be. Know who you are. Know what kind of friend you are. Because you don't want to know that you are the distracting friend, okay? You don't want to know that you are the friend who is encouraging somebody to skip a class. So you be a particular kind of way, and that will attract the kind of friends. Because, I mean, if you always go into your class and people think you're a nerd, then people who are studious and industrious will look at you and say, yeah, that's somebody I could be a friend with, because we are going to work together. And throughout my years of teaching at university, both at UWI and here, I've noticed when cohorts of young people who want to work together, they take each other through this university process, and they are healthy support. As I said, you can't do this by yourself. You will need friends. Be a good friend, attract good friends, and know that what your year is, 2027. Come 2027, all of you are graduating together, okay? Opposite sex relationships or relationships. There's the parent in me, there's the lecturer in me, there's the human, okay? University, and I mean, I know some people would say university is a good place to meet a spouse. And it could be, but university is also a place where you have to know what your priorities are, all right? Know what kind of degree you want to leave here with. Do you want to leave here with a past degree? Do you want to leave here with a a summa cum laude degree, a magna cum laude degree. Those are like the upper, right? First class honors and stuff. Do you want to go on to do a master's? I have a daughter, and I'm sure she would mind me saying this. But we talk a lot about this, right? She's a teen. We talk a lot about what your priorities are, what your goals are, and where you want to go. And so you have to know what will support that, okay? Relationships are not bad at all, but relationships come with a lot to manage. So you have to understand that there's a time and a season for everything. That is what I will do. Oftentimes, you have to learn how to get an A, learn your lecturer, learn university environment, learn how to deal with the stress. That's your focus, to come here and to get a good degree. Relationships, marriage, and children are also very high and good callings. But they may clash, if you don't already have them, they may clash with the primary goal of being here, which is to get a good degree. Is everyone clear on that? So notice I didn't say they're not bad, but there's a time and a season. Know what your season is, know what your goals are, and ensure that you do things to support your goals. Are you clear? Very good. And so I talked about be careful not to be a distraction. Taking responsibility, regulating stress, and I think you all may have a session that the counselor may do, right? But this is really important as well. Mental health is important, and your mental health affects your ability to do well in classes. After COVID, when we came back out to school, we realized that many students and faculty were struggling because for 2.5 years we lived a particular way, and then coming back out, we had to adjust to something new. And the weight of that adjustment impacted many people, all right? Now, sometimes you may not even be aware of what is happening. You may just see symptoms. You may just find that your work going down. You have no interest in eating. You want to sleep plenty. You don't want to be around your friends. You find yourself anxious and worrying constantly. You have mood swings, brain fog. You may be tempted to want to take something to just help you ease your mind. Some of those are signs that not all is well emotionally or mentally or psychologically. So be in touch with yourself. You are the cohort that is coming into university. Karina said after pandemic. We're still in the pandemic. It's just endemic now, right? Because people are still getting COVID. It is still impacting us. When people get COVID, they can't just come to class like normal. You will miss class, right? Some people who have underlying challenges, it does affect them differently. Some people are suffering from long COVID, right? Some of us who have gotten COVID still wrapping our minds around how we're feeling. So it's still with us in many ways, and many of those ways are actually mental and psychological. And so even as you come into university and you have to deal with the transitioning aspect, pay attention to that as well. Check in with yourself mentally. How am I feeling? Am I feeling anxious? Am I feeling extremely tired? Am I feeling discouraged? Check in with yourself, right? Some of the ways of regulating stress at university will include just being able to follow your timetable because it will help to keep you on track, all right? And as one of the site coordinators said, Ms. Verneris Frederick Simon, she talked about taking care of yourself, okay? Eating, trying to eat and trying to eat fairly healthy. Trying to get rest, exercise, having things that you like to do. So some people are so focused on university that all they do is work, 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 work. That's not good either, okay? You need to find outlets to do things that you enjoy, things that bring you happiness. That helps to balance off stress levels because when you do things that you enjoy, you release other kinds of chemicals into your brain, right? To deal with the cortisol or the stress hormones. Spiritual support is really important, and you will get that here at USC as well, right? People will not be ashamed to pray with you. You do not have to feel badly saying, you know, I need help in this area. There's no need to pretend if you're feeling stressed or worried or anxious. You can be free to be honest and to be yourself, right? And so sometimes just the stress of feeling as though I'm not coping with something mentally and having to hide it adds additional challenges to students who are at university. Do not do that, because then what you will find is that no matter how much you try, you will just not be able to perform. So sometimes it may mean you need to go and talk to your lecturer or an advisor and say, Miss, I'm not coping. or something might have happened at home, or something is going on with me. I am not coping. I may need an extension. I may need to go by a counselor and get them to write something to say, could this student get a little grace? Okay, and we've had that happen. And as I said, at USC, we work with students. You just have to be honest and upfront, and do not wait until it's too late to come and ask for the help. Because if the whole semester has gone by and you haven't said anything and it's now final exams and you're now coming to say something, it's very difficult for us to help you at that point in time. But if you're checking in with yourself and you're beginning to feel, I am struggling, this is not working for me, then you can come and begin to speak, and we can begin to use what we have, the support systems, to get you through. Is everyone clear on that? Yes? Okay, great. Because failure to care for yourself, because you are the one doing this degree, right? Failure to care for yourself can actually jeopardize your ability to complete your university goals. So you want to make sure that you care for yourself. Right? So in terms of improving your study skills, I'm sure that you would have done some of this already. Now is the time to kind of really put it in place. Select a good place to study, right? Where the lighting is good, it's cool, and you can keep focus. So for my friend who spoke about focus, where you study helps your focus, okay? So knowing what kind of environment that is good for you will help you to be focused. We spoke about having a timetable. That helps you. Going over the work that you do during the week or after a couple of weeks, that helps you as well, because you're not waiting until a major exam to begin looking at your work. Just kind of see if you can build review into what you do. And so when you meet challenges, you can speak to someone about those challenges, okay? Try as much as possible. Now, this will be relative, right? Different people have different levels of organization and neatness. So what may be my level of organization and neatness may not be yours. But have your work in a way that you can work with it, that you can find your work if you're using, whatever you're using. If you're using your Google Drive, if you still have USB, if you have a laptop, try to have your things in a way that, so many students say, Miss, my laptop crashed, I lose this essay, I didn't save this. So be mindful of those things, right? Don't have an essay in one place. Have a backup, have a second copy. So if anything, God forbid, happens, then you're able to find the information and you're not starting from scratch. Prepare for assignments beforehand, okay? When you have your final exams, studying the night before the exam alone is not a good strategy at all, all right? You will set yourself up when you get to the exam. Some people or different people work with stress differently. So you want to know, so for instance, you may have essays and assignments that you are working on, and those can be some good study points for you as you come up to study for your final exam, right? And so you're able to then focus on what you have to do for your final exam. Your final exam, you're not now studying for your final exam at the end of the semester. So you learn to use the work that you have done throughout the semester as a strategy to help you prepare for your exams as well. Right? So it says, be honest. The first step to greatness, one of the first steps to greatness is being an honest person, right? Our society does not need more people who are bright but dishonest, because then all they will use their brilliance to swindle us. All right, and that's not what we want. We don't want bright, dishonest people who can find and think of innovative ways to steal from the poor and those kinds of things. We want people who are intelligent and honest, right? So plagiarism, which is something you will hear about, plagiarism is taking work that is not yours, right, and trying to use it as yours, and group work. Those are two very sore points. When you are in a group, know that you need to contribute to the group, all right? Do not disappear and then have the audacity to come when the group has to present and say, okay, what are we doing, right? I always encourage students that as you go through the process, peer feedback is important. Feel free to come and speak to me. Let me know how it is going. Has anybody disappeared? Are people being honest? And then you have a feedback form. Because if you do no work, then you cannot get an A. That's dishonest, not so? And you shouldn't feel comfortable disappearing and thinking, well, this is a real good group. In a good group, they will do all the work and I will get the grade. That's the kind of mindset that you do not want to have. All right? All right, so we spoke about this in terms of part of USC is building that Yushan man or woman in terms of the holistic development. Right, so these are the last few slides I want to go through. Awareness for first generation students, and so those of you who are here and your parents or guardians have never been to university. For those of you who are first generation university students, you will have some additional challenges, okay? So for example, if you are a parent, a student, sorry, you may have an ailing parent, or you may have something else in your family that may be affecting you, and you've never had someone in your family go to university. Sometimes there may be a bit of a struggle, because your family may want support in certain ways, but you know that the university is tugging on you in certain ways, right? Because you have assignments due. So that is something to think about and have discussions. Have discussions with your parents and your family, letting them know that this is what is required of me at university, and this is what I will give the most I can give to my family. Sometimes it may mean that some students have to withdraw from university for a period of time. Okay? So, but the point is, have discussions. Set as your first conscious goal, you need to complete the degree. Sometimes if you do not have somebody who has completed a degree, when it gets really tough and you don't have strength or experience you can draw from, you may be tempted to withdraw. Know that university can be challenging. That is not... When it happens, you will realize that this happens to everybody, okay? You don't have to drop out, you don't have to stop, you just take it one step at a time, right? And you reach out to your support systems. And so you manage your time and your circumstances. For international students, I don't know if we have international students here, but you may have friends who are from other countries. For them, they have all of what I spoke about to deal with, plus the challenge of being in a different system and culture, different food, different people, different mindsets. So they have to adjust to having a new life in addition to being in university, okay? If that is you, then join clubs. We have clubs for people who are from different countries. We have International Students Week, where international students can find support. And if you find a student like that, you can be a friend to them and you can give them support. Right? You can join the church community. You can join the university church. So there are many ways that international students can find support on campus. And then for my students who are working, who have children, who are married, so you have priorities upon priorities, right? And everything is important. So for you, your schedule is important, having your timetable, having a support system, and especially for female students who have children, having a support system is really important. Right? Setting realistic goals. And what does that mean? It may mean if you are working, you have children, and you're studying, you may not always be able to get the kind of grades you may want. You may not always get A's. What if you have a sick child? Okay? What if you have a deadline at work that has to be met? So it may affect you in certain ways. So setting realistic goals for yourself as a working student or as a student with a family is really important. And so for you in particular, you need to be able to manage your stress well and to stay in contact with people. At the end of the day, trust that God indeed gives us the strength that we need when we are weak. And what I will leave you with, a Bible verse that I really like. It's from Philippians 1 and verse 6. It says, "He who has started a great work in you, he is faithful to complete it until the day of Jesus Christ," right? And so God has brought you here. You're not here by chance. You're not at USC by chance. And whatever God has started in your life, you are not on this journey alone. Whenever you complete it, He will be there to help you complete it. He already knows the challenges you will face. And so if you stay connected to Him, come 2027, we will be there, or even after or before, we will be there to celebrate you when you come to the end of this journey. So welcome to USC.
Testing. All right, thank you, Dr. Rajkumar, for that Warrior University life. Now, I know you guys are tired, and you've been hearing a lot of information. No worries, lunch is on its way. But I have someone in the crowd that is passing around Mr. Brent Remy. He has a couple of things in his hand, Can I get Jeopardy music? Is that possible? We're going to ask a couple of questions to see if you remembered anything that was said. All right, Mr. Brent Remy, can you find, you have a mic? Let's
Yes,
find someone. All right, find someone. Let's find someone. Find any random person. Pick somebody. And then we'll just question them.
He pointed to her, so we'll take her.
Poor soul. You were sacrificed. Let's see.
Yeah. So what's her question?
All right. The university was, let me make it like a quick math question. Founded in 1927, right? Okay. What year, what anniversary is it celebrating?
95th.
27? I said this very quietly.
Yeah, 95th.
95th? All right. She got it correct.
Yes, she did.
Give her hands up for...
And she gets a pop socket.
Okay, give her hands up for... Let her introduce herself.
Oh, introduce yourself. Where you from? Your degree.
My name is Kayla Marie. My degree is primary school education. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, great. A primary school education degree. Okay, let's find somebody else. The Jeopardy music. Apostle. Anybody wants to sacrifice anyone? Parents, you could point to your child. That's possible.
Yes, yes.
Make sure that they're listening to you.
I wonder. Hey, since she's looking in her phone, let's ask her a question. Come on.
Okay.
Sure
I just said it there as she walked off the stage. What was the name of the last speaker and what was her topic? I feel so sad for you. I could see it in your face now. I feel so bad for you.
Okay, so she wants to pass.
She wants to pass?
She looks interested.
Ah.
Yeah. Do you know the answer?
Do you know the answer? Let me make it easier. Just her name.
Dr. Rajkumar.
Yes. Hands up for, let's introduce yourself, my love.
Hi, my name is Michaeline.
Hi.
In behavioral science.
Ooh, behavioral science. All right. Any behavioral science majors in here? Woo, look, a friend. You find a friend, look. Another one. 4 friends. You have 4 friends that you started your university journey with. Now, I think that's it. I think that's all the gift we're giving out. Thank you for the Jeopardy music. Thank you, my guy. All right, our next speaker who I'm introducing is USC's coordinator for sport and physical ed department, for the sport and physical ed department. He is VP for Tertiary Sports for the Tertiary Sports Association, and he organizes sports activity for all tertiary schools. He has a bachelor's in sports studies and a master in sport for development, and is a certified personal trainer. And he's been doing this for over 40 years of experience. I introduce you, Mr. Leroy Pear. Let's give a hand for him, guys. Woo!
All right, good morning, everyone. Oh, no. Good morning, everyone. That's still in sounding good. Good morning, everyone. All right, so we want to stand because I understand you've been sitting whole morning, and that's not good. All right, so we're going to stand, and we're going to take about 3 minutes in just some movement so that we can have the blood flowing. So I have some music at the back there, and all I need you to do is follow me, parent and children. So let me get the music.
You're always
right, thank you for the music. Appreciate it. Good morning again, everyone. Right, song a little better. Welcome to the University of the Southern Caribbean. And come to school that the parent give the support. And I want to support Dr. Rajkumar's comments. Well said, well said. But as you give the support, sometimes we spend more time on the academic pursuit, the teacher learning environment, and we keep our children away from what we call health and wellness. Isn't that true? Because we believe that as long as you get your academic certificate, then you can take care of your body. Unfortunately, most of you would realize that as you come to the end of your journey, you are not that well, not that fit enough to take up the job that you so wanted to be involved in. As a matter of fact, because of my many years of experience, over 40 years of experience in the work field and in fitness, I can share with you that a lot of students, after finishing school, and I can go back from UE, where they come into the work environment and they are on a lot of MU. You know what is MU? Anybody know what MU stands for? They are medically unfit to continue the work. So the workplace is now spending a lot of money on health, and they still have to get someone to fill that function. So we at the University of the Southern Caribbean believe that if we have to send out a graduate, that graduate should be physically fit as well. Because of this, we have what is considered the university's fitness lab. The University Fitness Lab is a gym that we have just next door, equipped with equipment to take you through any type of fitness routines that you would like to be involved in. And it's not just for the student, it's also for the parent. As you set the legacy, the child will follow. I'll set legacies for my children, and they all follow in it. So get involved in the gym. Take care of your health. Right through school, up until UTT, I would have been studying and taking part in physical training every single day, Monday to Friday. And I've never dropped my GPA through my undergrad, through my master's, and all the other certifications that I've done. It's all over 3.25. I find that real good. You know, for a guy who's not so bright, you know, they say when you lift weights it's because you're not bright. When you participate in sports it's because there's nothing else for you to do. But if you check the research, it would show you from Fred Coulter, J. Oakley, and the list will go on, that persons who participate in sports and physical exercise during school life have a greater grade point average generally. Check the research. If I'm wrong, come and let me know that I'm wrong. That's why I can say it with confidence. So you can join the gym, the University of the Southern Caribbean Fitness Lab. Because you are special, we will change that price of $150 for the semester and give it to you at $100 for the semester. Now to do that, I cannot extend that offer until the end of the semester, of course. So if by Monday coming, that would be the 9th, at 10 p.m., you did not pay that $100, it will now be $150 for the semester. Right? Compare $150 and $100 to a gym that is $300, $350, and $400. You know the prices if you're into gyms. So take advantage of that opportunity. I also want to pause because as we take part in sports and fitness, we work closely with the ASB, and the ASB also work closely with the Sports and Physical Education Department. So I'd like to call the Sports Director for ASB, Ms. Jelena Grant, to share a few words on her vision for sports and ASB with you. Give her a round of applause.
So good morning again, everyone. So my name is Jelena Grant, and I am the ASB Sports and Director. Now, sports is something, I represent the students. I am the voice for the students. So if it is you have concerned that you want to be a part of a sports team, or if it is you have something that you want to upgrade within the sports teams, any concerns, you could always come to me and I will be your voice and try my best to have that implemented, right? As Mr. Pear would have mentioned, we have a lot of activities. We have the gym, we have fitness challenges coming up this semester, we have small goal football. We don't want to be remembered as a university with just a Christian institution or just a good academic grades, but we also want to be physically fit. So I would like for us to enhance the sports teams at the University of the Southern Caribbean. Now, I have been a part of the netball team, and this experience the netball team is a family. It allowed me to feel welcome, feel more welcomed, and it has enhanced my experience at the University of the Southern Caribbean. So I just want moving forward for us to be very enthusiastic towards sports, and I want us to be willing to become physically fit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grant, Ms. G. Grant. I won't pronounce that first name again. And I also want to welcome the viewers online to what is being shared here, and I hope that you take the information seriously. As we move into sports, you would realize that the university participates in sports intramural activities in terms of football, basketball, cricket, netball, and also what we call our Olympiad. So this time of the season is basically a cricket season, and most of the activities are done through the faculties. So get involved in your faculties, and because we know that we have both male and female, we will have females also playing all activities. So females, don't be afraid to approach me at the gym. Get involved. One of our major activities would be Olympiad. The Olympiad is carried for the 16th of March, just after the Christmas holiday. I got a call from Larry Gomes Stadium confirming the venue. So it would be at Larry Gomes, the 16th of March. And I'm encouraging you to participate in the March Pass. We'll have the campuses from South, Tobago, and we try our best to get the extension sites to be part of this Olympiad. It's a great event. I'm asking parents to also be involved in this event. Some of the other activities we participate in terms of tertiary, and you would have heard that I'm the Vice President for competitions for the Tertiary Sports Association of Trinidad and Tobago. So we participate in terms of football competition. All the other institutions, we have 11 members in this association. Football, basketball, netball, cricket, that's softball and hardball, volleyball, major competition in volleyball, and table tennis. So if you know you're talented in any of these areas and that you can represent our teams, feel free to pass by the gym and give your name, your address, your email address. We prefer that you use your student USC email address, no private emails, and your phone number in case we need to contact you. Parents, we encourage you to encourage your children to take part in the university activities. We move on to our leisure activities. There are those who cannot play sports, but could brag about it. You know, we have all the Messis and the Pelés and the Maradonas and so on, right? But you can brag about sports, but you can cook, you can hike, and you can do other social activities. We also provide for you. So we provide through hiking. We do not have a hiking club, but we have hiking trails that we go on at least once a month. And we go to different waterfalls, different sites in Trinidad, so that you can be a part of that. We would have our annual cookout competition. This would be done in clubs. So most of us who may not have the opportunity to travel at this time can still enjoy the delicacies of different countries through the club cookout competition. This is a major cookout competition. Miss Nanan was here earlier, and I'm sorry I didn't meet her so that she could share more about it. So get ready for that. We have what is called a Know Your Country tours. Trinidadians don't even know Trinidad. Right? So when we have Know Your Country tours, we have a lot of Trinidadians taking part. Hey, look at here, like if it's first time. And they're talking like foreigners, you know. Embarrassed. So we want you to come out and participate in your Know Your Country tours, things like the Pitch Lake, San Fernando Hill, the Magnificent Seven, the what do you call it, the zoo. Now, most of us would have gone to the zoo and look at the animals, right? But whenever we go to the zoo, we pay 2 tour guides so that we have an intimate relationship with the animals. You don't just walk by. They may take out a snake, they may take out the lion, right? And you get to interact with some of the animals at the zoo. So get ready for those activities. At the end of it, you, the student, will begin to feel a part of the institution. You begin to own what is happening here. You begin to add your voice to what, because you are involved directly in what is happening at USC. So do not think that when you come to school, you are just coming to get that teacher learning experience in the classroom. And may I inform you, the university adopted a policy years ago that those who represent the university at national competition and varsity competitions are given the time to go out and play, and will be given the time to catch up on your schoolwork. It doesn't mean that because you're playing for the school, you're going to get an automatic grade. Because you're a national athlete, you're going to get an automatic grade. You have to put in the work. So you are representing your country, well, let's say in Peru, in China, well, not China these days, in the US, not Russia these days, and so on. But you need to keep up to date with your schoolwork. Our lecturers are so geared to assist you so that you can still represent your university, your country, and still participate in sports. Finally, volunteerism. Volunteerism is a big thing in the world. Some of us believe that I'm not doing anything for free. I want money because everything right now is money. But I can guarantee you that when you develop a good system of volunteering at USC and even in your community, it speaks volume for you as a person. You can get a certificate for volunteerism. As a matter of fact, there's a World Volunteer Conference for students, and we have sent students from Trinidad who represented with distinction. As a matter of fact, in 2 of the occasions, in Russia it was that time, we placed from Trinidad first out of 144 countries. So I'm asking you, if you want to get involved and there's nothing else you can do, volunteer your service and take note of it so that you can have that certificate. If you have any questions at this time, I will take them and then I will close. So we have no questions? No, in training we see any questions, no question, fine, off you go. So, looking forward to seeing you soon. Be part of what is happening in the institution, and let's have a wonderful time in the teacher learning environment and in all the co-curricular and extracurricular activities at the university. Thanks again and all the best.
I know you all saw my little run and laughed after me. It's fine. All right. We'd like to thank Mr. Pear for that informative session on the sports department within the university. I know all of you are looking at the food, and me too. But that's coming up. We have one more session before we get there. And to our online viewers, I see you. We have 50% on the YouTube. I see someone saying that they're Guyanese. All right, all right. And Jay the Disciple is keeping up. Say hi. Say hi. You could put which country you're from in the chat, what degree you're doing. We're seeing you. Thank you for being here. And we have our next speaker coming up. All right, good morning, Mr. Wilson. And Mr. James, all right, I see you in the chat. Ooh, Aliana says she's from Trinidad, all right, welcome. And paralegal studies, okay. Okay, an announcement about paralegal studies. Before the lunch, who can we see a raise of hands who's pursuing paralegal? Well, or stand if you don't mind, so that Dr. Chan can see you. So because she wants to see you after lunch. So Dr. Chan, can you indicate where you are? She's at this table. So she wants to see you and speak to everyone before lunch, before Dr. Chan. Okay, our next speaker, who is going to speak to us on navigating USC's virtual learning environment. His name is Mr. Rodney Rajkumar, who is the Director of Information Technology of the School of Distance Tech. Eddie, no, I messed it up, sorry. I'm sure he'll reintroduce himself. I'm so sorry. And here he is, he's making his way. Let's give a hand as he's making his way to the stage.
All right, thank you very much, young lady. So I am Mr. Rodney Rajkumar. I am the director of the Institute of Educational Technology at the University of the Southern Caribbean. Now, this is really a part of the School of Distance Education here at USC, and we are really responsible for all online courses, all blended courses, all remote courses, and I'll explain what I mean. All right, so we have just been made aware that we have lunch coming up, right? And I have been given the time just before lunch, which is really like a challenging time, we will see. All right, so what I will do, I will time myself, right? So I promise you that I will not go beyond, well, it was said I'll have 30 minutes, right? So how many minutes are you going to give me today? 5 minutes? 5 minutes? To talk about the most important topic here at USC, how we navigate USC's virtual learning environment. Now, this really is the center piece of what you're going to be doing here at USC, yeah? Because this talks about teaching and learning and how technology is going to support your teaching and learning here at USC. All right, so, all right, I will monitor the time. I've set my timer for 30 minutes. I am trying to do it in 20 minutes. All right? All right, I see I have a clap here. At least I have one fan. All right? So you will notice that my surname is Rajkumar, right? And you notice that somebody else spoke before me. And her name was also Rajkumar, right? And you remember this Dr. Rajkumar who spoke before, spoke about relationships at universities. Yes? Yeah, so if you are wondering, I'm her husband. All right? But she was talking about context, right? Context is important. I'm not a student. All right? So let me jump right into our presentation. I'll start my timer. Right. So today we're going to talk about USC's virtual learning environment and how we navigate that. Right? So Dwight should have it up there. Yes, lovely. Now I just want to shout out to my Guyanese students. All right? I really love interacting with my students from Guyana. As I love interacting with students from all over the campus, but, you know, we had a nice time last semester in the online environment. All right, so shout out to my Guyanese students. So let's talk about this virtual learning environment. What is it really? Well, our virtual learning environment is called USC eLearn. All right? And this is USC's learning management system. What is that? It's really a place where you will upload assignments that your teachers would give you in class. You will do quizzes. You will have forum discussions. You will access lecture materials and so on, right? You will look at videos. Some of you who are in language courses, you will be listening to audio and so on. It's really the centerpiece of where we interact with other students, right? Where we interact with the teacher, where we get feedback, where we look at our grades constantly during the semester and so on. So it's very, very important that you have a USC eLearn account, you access it regularly, and you access the materials therein. Now, there are courses we support on USC eLearn. And basically, any course that you do at USC, right, that course can be supported on USC eLearn. For example, we did during the pandemic, there was something called a remote course. All right? And some remote courses may still exist, so I'm still speaking to you about it. The remote course is where you would have 2 compulsory Zoom sessions. Now, we all know about Zoom these days, right? So, you interface online using Zoom. And here you have 2 compulsory Zoom sessions per week. Or, many of you will be doing what we call fully face-to-face courses, where you will be talking to the lecturer at least twice for the week. So it might be Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday. You'll be meeting with the lecturer in a face-to-face classroom like this. However, the lecturer may put supporting materials on USC eLearn for you to access. All right? And if that material is online, then you need to learn to use USC eLearn. Also, we have what you call blended classes. In a blended class, you have 1 compulsory Zoom or classroom session per week. So you have to meet with the lecturer on Zoom at least once a week, or it may be in the physical classroom once a week. But the other session that you were supposed to meet your lecturer at, let's say, again, you have a Monday, Wednesday. On Monday, you might meet with the lecturer, but on Wednesday, instead of meeting with the lecturer in the classroom, you will really do those activities online at your own pace and time during the week once you meet different deadlines. So you really have to meet with the lecturer once a week, either on Zoom or in the physical classroom. Then we have courses which are called online courses. Online courses means that you may never meet with the lecturer, right, in the physical setting. Or you may meet very few times with the lecturer over Zoom. So in an online class, you have course material that becomes available to you by the Monday, 12 a.m. of every week. And you usually have 1 week to complete your assignments. Now, those persons who are in Guyana, they would usually have 2 weeks because they have some special circumstances there in Guyana, right? But in every Monday, a new unit opens up for you, so you can do it. Now, you have 24 hours a day to complete your assignments and look at your materials and so on. And then after that week, your deadlines pass, and then you have a new unit being opened up to you. All right? However, you should have at least 3 Zoom sessions per semester. So at least every 3 weeks or so, right, your lecturer will meet with you over Zoom, and you have a chance to speak with your lecturer and clarify questions in a live setting. However, during the semester, you can also email the lecturer. We have what you call forums inside of each course where you can ask questions and so on. You can message the lecturer directly and so on. So basically, again, there are numerous ways to communicate. Now, I know, again, all of this is a lot to take in. I'm just giving you information here, but I will show you as we go down to the end of the presentation where you can access all that I'm saying and more. All right? Good. So these are the courses that are supported on USC eLearn. Some requirements now to access USC eLearn. So as I go through the list, go through in your mind and ask yourself, do I have all of these things? The first thing you would need is access to a device connected to the internet. Okay? So the wonderful thing is you can access USC eLearn through your tablets. All right? Some of you have iPads, some of you have Android devices, and so on. You can access it through your phone as well. There's an app as well that you can download to use it on your phone. And you can access it, of course, on a laptop or a desktop computer, if you have desktops these days, right? Many of us don't have desktops anymore. And you also need a web browser. Now, Google Chrome, everybody knows Google Chrome because most of the world has Android devices, right? So Google Chrome is the preferred web browser to use. If you're not using Google Chrome, and it's free, so you should be able to access it, try using Firefox, okay? Now, I don't necessarily recommend Firefox anymore. It was a good browser, but somehow along the way things got botched up, and sometimes Firefox gives challenges. So try Firefox and Safari if you have Apple devices, okay? Please do not use Internet Explorer. You see all you're laughing, right? Because all you know what I'm saying. The problem with it is that Internet Explorer does not play well with a lot of devices, right? And universities across the world, generally they don't recommend Internet Explorer because it's a little backdated in terms of the technology, and on top of that, it doesn't play well with other devices because it's owned by Microsoft and so on. So, I've told you what the web browsers are. Also, and this is very, very important for anything you do here at USC, your USC email account. Mr. Pierre talked about that. You see, so just to get involved in physical fitness and so on, he's saying, if I want to communicate with you, please use your USC email address. At this stage, each person should have a USC email address. When you will send registration materials and so on, the person who contacted you should have sent a USC email address plus access to something called Arian, which is really a place where you will go to choose your courses and make payments to the university, etc. Okay? So I hope that everybody, both online and here, you all have a USC email account. All right? If not, then you would need to contact, again, the registration persons who send the information and say, listen, I do not have a USC email address, and they will try to sort that out for you. All right? So those are the requirements. Let me move on. I see I have 21 minutes. Wow, I'm making good time. How do you access this USC eLearn? Okay? All you need to do is you open your Google Chrome browser, Mozilla Firefox or Safari browser on your phone or laptop, etc. And you type elearn.usc.edu.tt. Okay? elearn.usc.edu.tt. And when you type that in and you press the enter key, you should have what you see in front of you here. This is the eLearn space. So it'll ask you to sign in. You will see different colored buttons, and the buttons are colored in different colors for a reason, right? Because sometimes when we ask somebody to click on reset USC eLearn password, they will say, well, I clicked on that. Well, when you look at it, they didn't click. What color button you click on? I really click on the green button, right? So they're color coded, right? Basically, when you reach to this point, you will click on reset USC eLearn password if it's your very first time. This just happens once. If it's your very first time, you click on reset USC eLearn password. And what will happen is that you will get to this screen here. And it will say, please fill out your USC email. You see that? So that is the reason why I said you must have a USC email. And when you put your USC email address in there, and your USC email address should really be like your student ID number at stu.usc.edu.tt. All right? At stu means you're a student. All right? So it'll be your ID number at stu, right, .usc.edu.tt. And when you put that there and you click on send, right, you click on that green button, send there, it will send an email to your USC student email. And when you open up the USC email, you will see instructions. It will say, please click on this link to change your password. You click on the link, you change your password, you write it down, okay? Write it down, put it somewhere safe, put it in, some of you have electronic password keepers and so on your phone and so on, right? You put it in those so that if you forget it, you can just go back and find out where it is. Some people say, well, I save it on my computer, sir. But guess what? They'll say, sir, my computer crashed, right? So I lost my phone, and I can't have access. Oh, I changed my phone, and I don't have access to it. So just write it down, right? However, if you forget it, you could go through the whole process all over again if that's what you want to do. All right? So you click on send there, and as I said, it will send the email and you will go through the process. Now, that's a one-time process. So if you're here for 4 years at USC, you just have to do it once in those 4 years unless you forget your password. Now, all I have told you here is in an introductory letter and instructions that I have prepared for you. So this is a nice screen that, or you can write it down as well, for you to go to, right? Those online, of course, you know, you could simply go to it one time. So it's tinyurl.com/undergrad 2022, all right, because this is year 2022 to 2023, all right? If you go there, you will see a letter that I have prepared for you all telling you how to access all of this information I have just said and more, all right? I just have a little excerpt of the letter there. It's basically saying it's from the School of Distance Education from USC. It's welcoming you to USC. And it says, we have prepared a course for you called DIST 008, Undergraduate Foundations to Online Learning. Okay? So there's a whole mini course that we have created for you. When you access this course, you will be given instructions on how to access USC eLearn. You actually have a whole video showing you how to access the different things in USC eLearn, how to use it, how to message a lecturer, how to do a quiz, how to, you know, post a forum, and all of these things. A whole video has been prepared for you on how to do all of these things. All right? And this is an example of the course, Undergraduate Foundations to Online Learning. Most of your courses, in fact, all of them should look like this, except it will be a different color. So School of Distance Education here has an orange color. If it's School of Education and Humanities, it will be blue, etc. Right? Theology and Religion should be red, and so on. So all your courses should have a familiar or similar interface, right? They will look something like this, all right? And the first thing you do when you log into any course, and I'm telling you, I've done many, many online courses as a student, and I have designed many courses as a lecturer, all right? And the key to doing well in online courses and in the online setting is to read everything, okay? Because, remember, your lecturer is not usually there with you, right, to guide you along. So what you need to do is that you need to read everything. So all of these things you will see up here, announcements and news and so on, and these things will be discussed in our course. And then each course has units. So for example, this is Unit 2. So the first thing you do when you get to any unit is that you read the unit description. What is this unit about? Each unit has what we call unit objectives. So you will read those objectives, and then you will go through the instructions in sequence. Please don't jump from Unit 1 to Unit 3, and you didn't do Unit 2. Why do you think I'm saying don't jump from one unit to the other? But do it in sequence. Don't skip units. Why do you think I'm saying something like that? Anybody can tell me? Because why? If we skip steps, what do you think is going to happen down the line? You will get confused down the line, isn't that so? Because Unit 3 might really build on Unit 2. Right? And this goes for any course, not just this particular undergraduate foundations course. Of course, the graduate students will have their own course when they also come in. And of course, those in Guyana and so on who are doing undergraduate degrees can access this course. All right, so your homework really is to go to this URL, tinyurl.com/undergrad 2022, read that letter and follow the instructions in there so you different things, all right, and so on. And you will see your grades as well at the end of every semester, which is very important. All right, so basically, look at that. I am done, and I finished in 17 minutes. All right? Wonderful. Shall I dare ask if you have any questions and risk the anger of this hungry crowd? All right. So, again, when you access the letter, it will tell you how you can reach us if you have any questions, all right, so that we can walk you through the process or point you to videos and helpful resources so that your journey here at USC can be pleasant. All right, so I thank you all very much, and God bless you for the rest of the semester. Okay, then? There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Rajkumar. All right, we have come to the end of this section, the morning session of the orientation program. Let's be excited. Are we excited? Can I get a yeah? Is this a starving yeah? There's food soon. All right, so I'll give out one more gift before we go into our lunch. And the question will be, is anybody, let me see what I could give out. Let me go into my little Santa Claus bag. We have a cup, a mason jar to be given out with a fairly easy question. A fairly easy question. Who is the wife of Mr. Raj Kumar? Well, no. I need her first name. Please. I see a hand. I'm coming to you. I'm running. Naruto.
Well, before, I don't know if you want me to answer. I'm a parent. Okay, so her name is Dr. Fiona Rajkumar.
Let's give a hand for this parent. She got it correct. I wonder if the students are listening. Come on, we're going to be in university. Let's start getting back into that learning mode. I know I'm struggling. Anyway, so just as we come to a close, I know it's been a very informative morning session. That session that just went there on Elon, very important. All your courses, everything is there. You get assignments. Hopefully everyone gets access to Elon ASAP because school starts next week. So let's get into what the afternoon session would be like after our little lunch. We have a team building challenge by the ASB. We have Meet Your Academic Deans, Understanding USC's Ethos, Mission, and Vision by Pastor Terry John. Know your library, love your library, that I do. The student and the academic advisor, so you're going to learn about registration. Very important, I know somebody asked me about it. We get into it into the afternoon. Financial matters, very important. And again, GATE, the big GATE, very coming up. And then we wrap it up with campus tours, where the ASB will be carrying you around the campus, showing you important schools, your classes. And very iconic, there's a very iconic group picture after lunch by the Glass Auditorium. We do it every year. So you're going to get yours for this class. So remember, after lunch, we gather at the glass building to take pictures. So for lunch, we'll go table by table. I'm wondering if to go at random so you don't know when the food is coming, so you'll be more excited. But we'll go table by table. So, yeah, we're going random. You're not going to know when the food is coming. But I'll call you when you need to go. And it's buffet styles, fancy. And be excited, food. Yeah, food, yeah. No, yeah? Yeah. Yeah. All right, let me pray so I could get you to the food. I know you just want me off the stage. Let me pray very quickly. Let's stand. Oh, shucks, she gave. Dear loving and gracious Father, I'd like to thank you for bringing us here today. As we go and partake of this wondrous meal, I hope that you be with it, bless it, multiply it, may it comfort every soul that they could be back here in the afternoon to learn more about the amazing and great USC. Be with everyone and the meal. In Jesus' name, I pray. All right, let's school song. Yes, this is your school song. Oh, stand.
With the hearts of flame we have come, called to serve the church and society. We will join our hands as one, as we foster friendship and unity. Our identity will maintain. God before us, our goals in focus. Great achievements we will attain. Beyond excellence, spread the light. In truth and loyalty, we do the right. To always honor our alma mater, our beloved USC. Our beloved USC.
Behind it. Yeah. We'll start there. Our paralegal student. Hi. Dr. Chan is here, so you could meet with her at this side. So you could get to your food. This table right here. And then after that table, I'm going at random. Yeah, that this table. Yes, you. And the table with Dr. Rajkumar. I'm going to mix it up a bit. I've been on the front, this table in the middle, and the next table next to it. You can make your way for lunch. And also, the washrooms are straight through this double door. So if you're male and female both, so straight through this double door on your right hand side, washrooms are there. Okay. This table right here, you could go in the front. And then table in the middle right here. You could go ahead for food. public service announcement. Garbage bags, that's right through the double doors where I sent you for the bathroom. Garbage bags to throw away your plates and cups right there. everyone is well fed. We are ready to get back into it in a couple of minutes. So, I'm sure everyone got their cupcakes. Did everyone get their cupcakes? Have all been fed? Have all been served? Great. I know I'm well fed right now, and we got to get this information done. All right. As you could tell, the niggeritis. Okay, so we are back into our afternoon session for Orientation 2023. Is anyone excited, guys? Y'all were fed. I need a louder yeah than this. Woo! This side, are you excited? No. I'm fine. Okay, let me ask this side. Can you beat this side? Is this side excited? Y'all gonna take that? Y'all ain't embarrassed? Come on. I'm gonna give y'all one more chance. One more chance for this. Are you excited? A for effort. A for effort. B for ball. C for cat. So, let me give you a rundown of what we're about to do. I don't know if you all have the program, but a couple change-ups. So we're going to have Pastor John first, Pastor Terry John. He's going to speak to us on understanding USC's ethos, mission, and vision. Then we're going to go into a team building challenge by the ESB. And then we're going to meet our academic deans. Then we're going to go into know your library, love your library. That I do. The student and the academic advisor, she's going to get Miss Baines. She's going to speak to you about registration. And then financial matters, because it's January after Christmas, and I show everybody broke. Gates. And then we're going to wrap it up with campus tours. The ASB is going to carry around campus and then show you the different buildings and make sure you know where you get your classes so you're not lost. We don't want to make anyone lost on the first day of school next week. So I invite to the stage Pastor Terry John. He is the pastor of the University Caring Church, which occurs right here. And he is going to speak to us on understanding USC's ethos, mission, and vision. A hand for Pastor Terry John.
I'm falling for you already. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here. Isn't that so? It's good to be here, isn't that so? You're all tired already. The food wasn't good? If it was good, say it's good. When I say okay, you say all right, okay? When I say all right, you say okay, all right? The food was good, okay? And USC is better, all right? I can't wait for the rest of the program this afternoon, okay? We will learn a lot, all right? It's just one day of orientation, okay? And you will have all the information, all right? And you will be ready for your experience at USC, okay? All right. Okay. All right. Okay now. It's good to be here. And just want to talk to you about USC ethos. Ethos means really, our essence, and it's really about the spiritual ethos, spiritual life at USC. That's what we're talking about. And so, just want to share with you, as you know, I think it was already said, as I viewed earlier, that yes, this university is a university for all. Are we together? Yes, it is run by the Seventh-day Adventist Church, but it's for everybody from any background, religious background. Our goal is not to convert you into a Seventh-day Adventist. Our goal is so that we can have development spiritually together, as well as educational development, academic development, social development, spiritual development, because USC really helps develop the whole being. That's our philosophy. And we know that God made us not only intellectual beings and social beings and sexual beings, hallelujah, he made us spiritual beings, amen? And so we know that God has a plan for each life at USC. God has a plan for you. And so his desire is, and our desire here, our motto is to transform you from ordinary, which you are not. Are we together? You are already extraordinary. But imagine what the product God wants to bring out of you, to be extraordinary. And so I want you to view a video, and then this video will help shorten my presentation to 5 minutes for the most. Are we together? And so we'll listen to the video. I think it's about 3 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes. And then I will be trying to finish my part within 3 minutes as well. Is that fair? Okay, video.
With a mission to lead our community into an experience with Christ, which will ignite a deep interest.
Okay, you will have to put the video up as well.
Inform its constituents of his purpose, inspire committed. With a mission to lead our community into an experience with Christ, which will ignite a deep interest and passion for an intimate walk with God, inform its constituents of his purpose, inspire committed love, and impact souls through service, we at USC have set ourselves apart. Our spiritual ethos not only allows individuals to grow in faith, but also enables those who are lost to find their way. The spiritual lives of each of our students is of utmost importance. That is why we have built our USC experience around a healthy passion for spirituality. We seek to ignite that passion with week of prayer programs, evangelistic meetings, scheduled prayer sessions, fasting, unique hour of our sessions, midweek inspiration programs, themed Wednesday night worship services, Vespers, and Sabbath worship services. We want to inspire our students to reach out to their fellow men and make an impact on and in the community. As such, USC offers a cadre of spiritual and community outreach programs, clubs, and volunteer opportunities. Some of these include our annual Market Day and Love You Can Feel programs, advocacy parades, ministry groups such as the His Love Chorale, the Cold Water Club, the Uniform Clubs, Marching Band, and many more. Students are provided with many opportunities to reach out to the world around them. The iConnect initiative is an incredibly intuitive group of dynamic programs and approaches to spirituality through which students wishing to become directly involved in their own spiritual growth and that of their peers can seek to be a part of. With each program based on utilizing real-life strengths and disbanded real-world weaknesses, the iConnect program endeavors to show students that their involvement with this important process is essential and extremely valuable. In this series, we will find the I Pray, I Praise, I Proclaim, I Prevail, I Preach, and I Provide programs, all working in tandem to create that community of students who are growing together spiritually. With these and many more programs and initiatives, USC stands structurally as a spiritual guide for its students, actively helping them to find their way or share their own light in a world that is dark.
Testing, testing.
Thank you. All right, so
I just want to share with you a few activities that are part of our experience at USC. And so you got a good perspective from the video. And I just would like to share with you that 4 goals of the spiritual program at USC is to, which was said before on the video, to ignite a deep interest in spiritual things and a passion for an intimate walk with God. Okay? We want the product of being at USC. One of our goals for you, and I hope and I believe it's your goal for yourself, is for you to be closer to God. To have a relationship with your Creator where you can say, listen, I came to USC and, this was my dream, but my walk with God even made it much more. A better experience for me. As you go through your educational experience, you would see God working for you. Helping you finish those assignments, taking away the mental block when you write the writer's block and all these things. You see in God working for you in your health condition, everything. The second goal is to inform you of, His purpose for your life. And so we'll be having programs that would help you understand, listen, what is my purpose? And how do I live a life that is holistic, experience holistic success? To inspire committed love for people, and also to impact the world, impact the community for service. And so 4I watchwords: ignite, inform, inspire, impact. And so part of our Ignite program, you could go down to the Ignite, the first list. We would have every semester we have a week of prayer. And that week of prayer is part of your academic program as well, because the calendar, the daily schedule will be split in 2. And so some of your classes, it is usually about 3 p.m. in the afternoon. And so some of your classes would be shortened and shifted a little later, and those before 3 will be shifted a little earlier to make some time in the middle of the week for prayer and for worship. So we'll be singing, we will be praying, and we will have very inspiring sessions. We have occasionally, usually it's once a year, an evangelistic series where we do programming. We use the talents of our students. Those of you who are Adventists or non-Adventists, you are Christian, you are in service for God, you could participate in those evangelistic meetings to lead somebody to Christ. Every semester we have 1 day of prayer and fasting, but we also have days of prayer where we ask our students to be part of that day of prayer once a month. Midweek inspiration, it's a very student-led activity where students pray for persons on campus. We give out promises. We have some music playing, and it's just a way to get your spirits up, buoy you up in the middle of the week. We also have Wednesday night prayer meetings for those of you who do not have class on Wednesday nights. Between 7 and 8:30, and we want you to be there. It's as important as a class session to your matriculation at USC. So inform. What do we have to inform you? We have Bible conferences. These many times take place on a weekend, but sometimes we have them during the week, some special occasions. We have Week of Wellness, Pillars of Faith. We try, by God's grace, to integrate a lot of faith in the classroom. So there are many ways. All truth is God's truth. It's God's knowledge. And so we integrate the truth about Christ in your coursework. You would be learning some of the foundations of many principles in the Bible that is shared in whatever discipline of study that you are pursuing. We also have competitions like the Bible Connection competition, where students can be part of, something that is competitive. We give the students something to study, you study it, and then we have a competition, a quiz. Also, in terms of mission, we do outreach programs. I mean, the most recent was the bread drive, where we distributed 1,000 loaves of bread right in the Maracas Valley. We do Love You Can Feel programs. We do advocacy parades. The next one coming up sometime this semester will be an anti-crime parade. We have various student-led groups in ministry, like the His Love Choir, the Colporters Club, the Uniform Club. Some of them were already discussed in the video. And then have you been seeing anything on the screen? Oh my Lord. So I was just showing you that some of our activities are in picture form, but it's not there. So these are some of the exciting things that you could look forward to at USC. Finally, the iConnect program is a program where everybody, we know each person has a spiritual gift or a talent. Are we together? So if you have musical talent, you love to sing, you love to worship, you play an instrument, you can be part of the I Praise. You could be part of the I Praise initiative. Then there is I Pray. If your desire is, your passion is a love for people and you like to intercede and encourage people, the I Pray ministry is a ministry for you. We also have I Preach. You don't have to be a theologian or a theology student or studying to be a minister for you to preach. Some of the best preachers are not ministers, are not pastors. And so if that is your talent and you a biology student or you are social science student, or you are a psychology student. I'm thinking of a guy who preached. We have a week of prayer, by the way, where students preach and students do everything. We don't bring in a minister to you because we have students. Sometimes we have week of prayers where we bring our students. We select students volunteer to sing, to pray, and to preach. And we've been having some of these experiences have been the most powerful experiences for me as when I was a student here and since I'm a worker. And some of the greatest sermons you will hear at Student Week of Prayer are not presented by students preparing to do ministry. It's because each student has a ministry. We together on that, right? And so these are some of the initiatives. I Proclaim is a ministry for persons interested in drama, persons interested in spoken word. And so we want to create opportunities for your gift to thrive. And finally, there is I Prevail. I Prevail is a ministry that is an encouraging ministry. Persons who want to be peer counselors, persons who also want to help persons who are addicts. You also want to do something to create awareness, maybe about domestic violence, about, whatever it may be. I Prevail provides opportunities to build the awareness and to advocate for individuals in the community. And so, thank you very much for your listening ear. You've been a wonderful group. I encourage you to be a part of the spiritual life at USC.
Thank you, Pastor John, for introducing all of us to the many wonderful programs geared towards your spiritual and personal development here at USC. Now, we were supposed to go outside to take the iconic picture, but that's rain, Alex? That's rain. That's rain in the Caribbean. Well, it's the Caribbean unpredictable weather in the valley, in the Miracle Valley. So we are now going to skip ahead to our team building challenge. Now, the ASB is here to give you, to come and do a team building exercise. So I'm going to invite everyone up. I'm sure they're going to introduce themselves and they're going to do their thing. So, Miss Belfon. I can't see nothing. A hand, guys. Give them a hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was going to give the president the privilege of introducing himself first, but he doesn't want it. So my name is Rihanna Belfon, and I'm the Director for Public Relations.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. And greetings. My name is Veyani Tony. I am the president for the Associated Student Body. We have, well, get overall ASP information, right? But you can apply still. We can always consider your applications, right? We also have the programs on campus. We have a calendar of events for this semester, and today we'll be giving out 10 vouchers for students who can actually answer questions from what happened today, and also facts about USC or facts about life in general. All right, the vouchers will cover USC merch, bookstore merch, hoodies, shirts, pins, books, whatever you guys want from the bookstore. All right, so as we go along, once the rain concludes, we can do the campus tours, and from there we'll give out.
So have a USC student forum on Facebook, so if you're not a part of that, you can also join. So all those are mediums that we would use to stay in contact with you, all right? So for our team building exercise and activity, we want to get you guys moving, communicating, laughing, interacting, right? So we are going to do an activity that surrounds date of birth, right? Now, I know that each of you know your date of birth, right?
So surprise.
There's no reason for you not to participate, right? So to make it a little easier, we are going to go by quarters, right? So we're going to go January to March, April to June, July to September, and then October to December, right? Good. So what you are going to do is, right, you are going to basically arrange yourselves in order of your date of birth. So, for example, the first group, January the 1st to March 31st. Right, thank you, Jamal. Right, from January the 1st to March 31st, right? So, once you form yourselves into your groups, you are going to arrange yourselves, and you have 30 seconds to do so, right? So, in all, we would have 4 groups. The group that does it in the fastest time, that group will be the winner. So, January to March. If you were born in January to March, please stand. January to March, yes. January to March.
Right here, January 1st, 2nd, 3rd, right down
So, I'm going to, hold on, wait, I'm going to start the timer. You have 30 seconds, right?
Yes. Pardon? Everybody participates, yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
So parents, if you want to participate in this activity, you can as well, right? So it's not just for the students, everyone can participate. So January to March, right? You guys have 30 seconds. 30 seconds starting now. Go.
30 short seconds. January 1st, 2nd, and the other numbers.
January 1st starts here, March 31st down there.
New Year's baby? Who's the New Year's baby here? March. So January number?
January.
First? First? 9.
8.
So switch? 10th.
Okay, you guys done?
19th.
Are you done?
27th.
When you finish, you need to tell me, right? So I can stop the time.
Done. February 7th. 14th. 18th. 22nd. 3rd of March. 6th of March. 10th of March. 13th of March. 12th. 29th.
All right, lovely.
Okay.
February 27th?
27 and 20. So, okay, good. Yeah.
Okay, lovely. But you did not do it in 30 seconds. All right, that was 54 seconds, actually. Right? 54 seconds, right? So thank you guys very much, right? So 54 seconds is the time to beat. So we are calling the second group, April to June. If you're born in April to June, please stand.
And just saying June is the best month. Come. In 30 seconds, right? Okay, June bonds.
Come on. Wow, that's a lot. All right, let's go.
April 9th, okay?
All right, you guys ready? You guys ready? Okay, let's do a check. Date of birth. May 1st.
22nd.
2nd.
21st.
4th.
12th. 5th.
40 seconds is now the new time to beat. All right. So our next group, July to September. July to September. All right. And I am starting your timer now.
I find you biased with your timer, eh? Very biased.
July to September. July. You guys ready?
First, third, 7, 10, 11, 16, 19, September 3rd, 6, 8, 9, 16, 17.
Lovely. Right. And we have hope. That was 25 seconds.
No, only October and December.
Guys done? Yeah? Okay. Let's check.
3rd, 5th, 16th, 20th, 26th, 11th, 24th, 21st, 27th, December 1, 4th, 12th, 15th, 20th, 28th.
Okay, lovely. And they did it in 20 seconds. I mean, to be fair, it was a smaller group, right? Right? It was a smaller group. June have too many persons are born in June. That's why, you know, they, right? So thank you guys very much for participating. So we all know who the elite persons are.
What's the prize? What's the prize?
It's the October to December.
What's the prize they're getting?
Life. You are alive. You were born. That's the prize. Yeah. So thank you guys very much for participating and looking forward to seeing you guys around campus.
Yeah, I know y'all laugh at my little run again. That's fine, okay? All right, we just had some fun. Let's be excited. Now we're going to go back in the competition again. That was such a fake. Let me see how loud your yes can get. Let me start with this time. Are you excited? Okay. Okay, the guy in the back is clearly excited. Is this side excited? Yeah! Y'all lose. I ain't giving y'all no other chances. I'm impressed. Okay. So, we're going to take the photo, but inside, because it's raining. So, I'm going to ask for some help to move this, Vianney. And we are going to take the group photo. Is it still raining? Yeah. No? No rain? So they can go outside? To burn off the food. To burn off the food. Like, you can't have the niggeritis holding you back. So the students, the parents could sit down. The parents could sit down, but the students can go downstairs. And we're going to burn off the niggeritis so you could remember what happened in Forgate. So let's go. Let's go. Alex? Where's Alex? Let's go, let's go. What? Also, who is interested in campus stores? Can we have like a quick raise of hands? That is everybody? Okay, let's go outside. Take your time, Mr. Renin. Parents, you could take this time to relax. The children are gone, you know. There's peace. The children are gone, the grown-ups can talk. So, I'm not grown-up, I'm sorry. Leave me alone. So we're going to have, we have a link that's going to be sent to the students' email. And on this link, there are on-demand webinars that you can look at. And there's one especially geared for parents that speaks on, trying to look on it, but it's for you. Journey. Yes. Supporting your child or spouse through university by Dr. Edward Clark. So when they get the email, you could ask for them to send it to you. Take this time, enjoy, sit, be at peace. I'm late. I think everyone's back and settled, all right? I think everyone is back and settled. I wonder if I want to go into a competition again, but then to get y'all to say USC strong. USC strong. So can this side say USC strong? Y'all hurting me. There's a part of me that hurts. Okay, we're going to try. Now we try this side. You know, let's go ahead. USC strong? USC strong. Let me ask, so we could settle down a bit more. Let's ask some questions. Okay, so you could raise your hand. I haven't asked the question as yet. Who is the president of the Associated Student Body? I want to see a hand I didn't see before. Okay. I come in with my little gift bag. Where is she? Okay. Of the Associated Student Body. Did you tell her?
Fiani Tony.
All right, we have an answer right over here. Woo, 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 woo. And her name? And her name is?
Nicola.
Okay, Nicola. What course? I didn't say course. What degree are you doing?
Behavioral sciences.
Papa. Okay, so what are you feeling for today? I'm giving you the choice. For real? You have a hoodie to give away? What you feeling? A button, a ruler, a pen, a pop socket? A pen? Oh, she took the pen. She took the pen. Now, who is the vice president of the ASB? Yeah. I see a hand in the blue shirt. Jamal, stop. Okay, you tell me mine. Let me see. I've taken multiple answers today. No. Okay, let me see another hand in the back. I'm slightly embarrassed. I've been speaking all morning. You can't walk right now. Let me see. Tell me. Everybody have the first name, not the last. I want in. Just for remembering the country. Okay. Okay, guys. The name is Rianne Williams. Rianne Williams, guys, and we're going to go straight into Know Your Library, Love Your Library. That I do. And no, that is not the thing. I'm just saying that I do love the library. That is not the name. The thing is Know Your Library, Love Your Library.
Happy that you've chosen us to study here, and the library is an integral part of your success here at USC. So the Ford Library staff welcome you, USHANs, as you will be called now, to the University of the Southern Caribbean. Now I have a PowerPoint presentation, but it's not showing. So, I want you to listen to this song here now.
Love your library and visit today. Orientation with instruction, will back up Stowe and Gale. Meet them and use them on a virtual highway. So love your library and visit today.
And the ending there is, love your library is the USC way. All right, so here at the library, we promise to do certain things for you. We promise that we will form that partnership that is needed for your success. We promise that we will help you find scholarly material for your research and your assignments. Now, gone are the days that you're going to Google everything. Google is great. But when you have to do assignments, when you have to do research, you need to find scholarly information, and we will promise you that we will help you find that information. We want to encourage you not to copy and paste. We want to ensure that you make adequate use of the library, because we have millions of dollars that we spend in resources for you to use here at USC. We want you to feel at home. I hope that you're feeling home at this point in time. I want to continue have that. We want you to have that feeling as well, as being at home. And you can trust us, the library staff. We have 7 employees at the library, and they are very well equipped to help you find material, help you find your way around the website, and to find that material that is necessary for you. We also want to teach you how to find or be skilled in finding information. So I want you to pay attention to the services that we provide. The COVID has taught us a lot of things. So we have physical services and we have virtual services. So physical services, you have the use of our print material. We have OpenStax, we have George Simmons, we have Reference and Reserve, where you will find some of your textbooks. So you have use of the physical books. We also have curbside pickup. So you can be at home, go on our website, send us an email, and you can borrow your books, send the request in, and just come and collect it at the library. We also provide printing and photocopying. So you have your assignments to print, or you just have personal things to print, you can come to the library and do that printing and photocopying. We also have research assistants. So you may not know how to do your assignments quite well, or the structure you need to get assistance with, or finding resources. We will help you in that regards as well. Virtually, what can we offer you virtually? The electronic resources. We spend millions of dollars on our electronic books and our journals, and it's there for you to use 24/7. So even though the library is closed on a Saturday, which is the Sabbath, you have access to the library on a Sabbath. So even when at nights when we are sleeping, you have access to the library at nights as well. We can also have, you can also have access to scanning materials. So for instance, you can't come to school and you saw something on our catalog that you need, you can send us an email and we will scan the chapter from the book for you to your email. So you don't have to come physically to get the book. We are also on WhatsApp and Ask a Librarian. So you can be home, you're having difficulties, just send us a message on WhatsApp and we will communicate with you and help you and guide you through the process. We also have your tutorials on YouTube, and we have something called interlibrary loans. Now, one library doesn't have all the information in the world. The Ford Library doesn't have all the information of the world. So we need help from our consortiums, other libraries that we have partnerships with. So if you have an article or a book that you need, we can ask for a book chapter, we can ask for the article through our interlibrary loans. And this is from libraries all over the world, from Australia, from Asia, from South America, etc. So I want you to pay attention to Bob, so that you might be in Bob's situation at some point in time at USC. You could go to the next slide. So Bob needed the Ford Library's help, and you may need the Ford Library help some point in time at your stay here at USC, we don't want you to stay away and be frustrated. We are here. Do I have a nice face? Wasn't I smiling when I came up? Right, so we are here to help you and we are happy to help you. So reach out to us. WhatsApp, on the phone, our email addresses, I'll give you at the end of the presentation soon. Remember that your success, or a student who is able to locate, access, assess, and sensitize information can have a long life learning experience and academic success. All right? The information superhighway is very much combustion, monstrous, expanding, but we will help you navigate it. So for more information, visit the physical library. We are located on the southernmost part of the campus, right? It's quite on the other side. You may have to walk a little bit, right? So the library is right there. We open from 8 a.m. in the morning to 6 p.m. However, we are on WhatsApp until 8 p.m. From 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., we're on WhatsApp. We open on WhatsApp on Sundays, Fridays, and sometimes on Saturday nights. If you want to have a session with us, make sure you choose Academic Writing 1 this semester. We will have a session there where we can help you to sign up your My Library account. You'll have your library account, and we will just give you some steps in how to navigate the website. You can also email us at library@usc.edu.tt if you want a Zoom session, a personal session, a one-on-one session with us. So I want to go to the last slide, and this is where you can contact us. WhatsApp.
So love your library and
Our WhatsApp number, so you can take a flash of the screen. Save it as one of your favorite pictures because you will need it. Our WhatsApp number is 868-382-8663. Our email address is library@usc.edu.tt. You can like us on Facebook, which is Ford Library. You can like us on Instagram. Scan, yes. Scan, well, photocopy and printing, yes. Curbside pickup. So we have this lady here, and we have, you can just wave your hand, and one of our library staff will bring a prize for you. So we finished the physical now. Let's go to the virtual. So we have this lady right here. And so here we have Judy. She's one of our library circulations assistants. And we have Anita as well. Right, so give me a service that we provide virtually. Because you may have online classes and you may not be on campus. So the guy in the sweater. Electronic resources, very good. Nice. So you can give them one. Anybody else? One more. Came to say that, but that's all right. Right, but thank you all so much. I'm willing, I'm ready. The library staff is ready to serve you. So next week, when school starts, even before, add the WhatsApp number to your phone. You can send us a message if you want to sign up. Use the library before classes begin. We can facilitate that for you this week. We're looking forward to seeing you. Come to the library, talk to us online, and we will be here to serve you.
Let's give a bigger hand for Miss Quintero. All right, so we're moving quickly along to the student and the academic advisor. So we have our executive director of the Student Advisement Center, Ms. Lois Baines, coming to speak to us today. She's on her way. She's on her way. Let's give her a hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I know it is after lunch, and I am seeing more than 100 people in here, so let me say it again. Good afternoon, everyone. That sounds better. Thank you for using USC as your provider for tertiary level education. You know, you could have chosen anywhere else. But you have decided to come here, and so we welcome you and thank you from the Office of the Student Advisement Center. Now, we are a team of 3, so I'll introduce to you the other members of my staff. So we have Miss Nicole Utley. She will wave. Look across to that side, you'll see her. She is the academic advisor for all students who will be doing anything in the School of Humanities, the School of Theology and Religion, and the School of Education. Then we have Mrs. Kathleen Lewis. If you are doing anything by way of the School of Science, Technology, and Allied Health, she will be your academic advisor. And apart from being the person in charge of the Advisement Center, if you are doing anything in the social sciences, I, Mrs. Lois Baines, will be your academic advisor. Now, I know that you have been sitting for most of the day and hearing people talk and having long lectures, so we will not do that. What we're going to do is make this thing fun. You're going to learn some things, you will get some prizes if you volunteer, and we will have fun. Can we do that? Can we do that? Beautiful. So I want you to remember that when you received your acceptance letter, you had 2 documents with you in that email. Okay? Everybody? Right. And so the questions, the pertinent questions I'm going to ask, and the information that you need to remember from this presentation are all found in that document. Don't look at it now. We're going from the head. So I am going to ask for 2 volunteers, 2 people. Just volunteer, put your hands up. Nothing strange. Questions from what we gave you, and you get prizes for it. Now, if you don't volunteer, I'll volunteer you, right? So here we go. The lady in front, you're a student, right? Okay. Right, so young man, you're a student, stand up. Yes. Anybody else want to volunteer before I pick you? Okay, we don't have forever, and Miss Ellis will take the mic from me soon, so I'm coming to the young man sitting here. Oh, that's it. So stand up. Right? So I want you to listen to my questions. Name the 2 types of advisors available to all students at USC who are accepted to read for a degree. Let me go slowly. Name the 2 types of advisors available to all students at USC who are accepted to read for a degree. Both of you have the same question. You want to think while I take him? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Here we go, here we go. Now, you receive a course selection document and you received a financial document, and I'm sure you would have told me that you read it. So I'm testing to see if you really read it. All right, since you do not know my answer, pick any other student. Quickly, we don't have the whole day. Pick some. Okay, I'm seeing some volunteers. All right, so, do you know? Okay, she said, I think so. Tell me.
A financial advisor and an academic advisor.
Beautiful. So she'll get a gift. So every student who is accepted to read for a degree needs to do that. You see, what happened here a little while ago, it tells me that you got only 2 pieces of information from us and you didn't read it, and that is not a good start. So let me first talk about reading while you're at USC. You've got to read. So let me speak, and a parent is saying yes. So let me explain the difference between the 2. So if you have any questions relating to your payment of fees or for your gate, you will consult with your financial advisor. And you will not ask us who that person is, because in your email is a document that specifies who this person is. However, if you have an academic question and you are in the School of Social Science, you can send me an email and ask. If you are in the School of Science, Technology, and Allied Health, you are asking Mrs. Lewis. Mrs. Lewis, wave. However, if you are in the School of Education, the School of Theology, and the School of Business, you are asking Mrs. Utley. Beautiful. My second question. 2 volunteers. People volunteer. Please volunteer. Don't let me volunteer. Thank you. Somebody from this side, please volunteer. All right. In that, the lady who is looking away from me, black top, long braids, please stand up. Please stand up. Let's go quickly. My second question. Listen me well. How many USC campuses are there in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago? Listen me well. How many campuses are there in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago? I am coming to you.
3.
Do you agree? Do you agree with her? Excuse me. Do you agree with her? She said 3. Name them.
We have South, the campus in Tobago, and the main campus.
Beautiful, beautiful. So there are 3 campuses in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Why is that very important? Listen me well. Why is that very important? Your acceptance letter says that you are accepted to read for a degree at a specific campus. If you are assigned the main campus, we are your advisors, the 3 people that have been introduced. However, if you are a student in the South Campus, the course selection document tells you who that person is and how you contact that person. If you are in the Tobago campus or any of our other campuses, that same document specifies who it is and how to contact that person. 2 other volunteers. Here we go, volunteers. Now, if you don't volunteer, you know this question from your course selection document. I'm being fair to you. Got that document since you were accepted, so I'm coming at it. What are the 3 ways to connect with your academic advisor as per the course selection document? It cannot come off your head. Now, on that document, we highlight what link?
A Google Meet link, the contact number, and an email address.
Give her a round of applause. I'm going to ask you my next question. So let me talk about that. So when do I choose one of the 3 options? And I want you to pay attention. I would generally say to you, when it is critical and important. So you have a question or you have a situation that is academic in nature and it is critical and important. When it is critical and important, the most effective way to get an academic advisor is to join the Google link. We are on the Google link 9 in the morning to 4:30. When it's 4:30, we close the Google link and finish everybody in there. It means that when it is registration, and registration for you begins tomorrow as a new student, you do not need to come to campus. From the privacy of your own email, we will respond and reserve a personal time for you. So it is critical, but it is personal. You don't want to discuss it with everything. But let me say this. If you have anything as to when do I add my class, it's not personal. You know, when you say critical and personal, everything becomes personal. If it is academic, everybody is asking the same academic questions, it's not personal. So let's use the dictionary's description of personal, right? So that we don't have a lot of segments dealing with personal and it's not really personal. And when it is important but can wait, then you may think of using the phone. Let me tell you why I discourage the use of the phone. If you are calling and someone is calling and someone is calling, then you say I'm not answering. Because I'm answering the first person who is calling, who has an important question. So when it is critical and important, join the Google Meet. 9 in the morning to 4:30, we close the Google Meet and finish everybody. There's nobody on that list called you. Who is your academic advisor? Who did that? Who is your academic advisor?
I really can't remember.
All right, she didn't get the prize. This is not good. Is there anybody who wants to help her and give her the prize?
Mrs. Lois Baines.
Okay, so you can award her and award her too. Right. Right, I'm coming to my final question. When you received your acceptance letter and the 2 accompanying documents, listen me well. Oh, 2 people please stand, I forgot that. 2 people. The guy with the nice afro there, and yes, sir, the volunteer. Right? When you received your acceptance letter with the 2 accompanying documents, what 3 USC online accounts students were required to activate before registration? Listen me well. When you received your acceptance letter and accompanying documents, you were required to activate 3 online accounts that are useful for your life here at USC. If you're ready, just put your finger up. Right? There are 3 of them. Now you're going to whisper it so that both of you could get a gift, right? You'll whisper it to me. I'm coming to you. Give him a round of applause. You will say it loud so everyone can hear.
The Arian account, the eLearn account, and the USC email.
Beautiful. 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 So let me talk to all 3. Let me take the email first. Now, as a member of the USC community, you know you are a member of a community when things are shared with you, and even when they are shared freely. So you receive a professional email account that the university is giving you for the life of your existence here with us. It means that when the university wants to speak to you, let's say it's raining in the valley and we are cut off, and we want to say no classes today, we will be emailing you using that USC account. When you write us as advisors, we will only from today be responding to a USC email, and I'll tell you why. Other emails could come with a virus. You could imagine if one of us has a virus on our computer and we are networked, what could happen? So for your sake, meaning for me to respond to you, and for you to be informed what is happening in the community to which you are now a member, you must activate, if you have not done, and use it only for the only purpose when you're talking to us, our advisors, teachers, anybody on USC. Please use, as of today, your USC email. You are responsible for sending another and not receiving a response. Your Aorian account, that's a personal account. So when it's time for academic registration, you will need to log in on your Aorian. Now, your Aorian account, your email, sorry, not your email, your password is supposed to be private. When the students of social science come to me, I do not require them to tell me their password, because as an advisor, I can get to your portal without your password. Any student, I can take your classes out. When I drop the class from you, I can have it. We've seen this over and over. Class is full, and because I know your password, let me check to see if you have the class. I drop it from you. When I say I mean a fellow student and not me. A fellow student drops it, and then they take it. So I'm saying your password to your Aorian account, which says what your financial statement is, what your grades are, and all other personal things must be personal and private. Do not share it with anyone, even if they sit behind a desk like me. because an authorized person to get to your account does not need your password, right? Very good. So that's the second one. Let's go to the e-learn. Some classes are face-to-face, and some classes are on e-space. And the classes on e-space are conducted on e-learn. That, again, you want to keep private, because you do not want to do an assignment and you have shared your password and another student sees your assignment and submits it before you. You could see how that looks. You may look as the person who cheated from the other. Personal and private. So these three features need to remain personal and private. Let me talk a little about it. It refers to a period where students are doing three things. Number one, you will do tomorrow. That's course selection with an academic advisor. So that's number one in the registration period. Number two, settling your financial matters with your financial advisor. And I think I saw here, either he spoke already or he will speak soon. Right? He's to come. And finally, you will now have admittance into your class. So a fully registered student on your class list. Let me say a little thing about academic advising, which is the same as course selection. Because you may have a friend who was at USC or is, or you may have a parents, I'm sorry, I've got to say it, a parent who was here before, they may want to choose to advise you. Let me just say that that is bad news. And I want to say it again. You may have a parent who was here, or a friend, or a sibling, and they will want to do it. Resist the urge to consent to get advice from these categories of people. At the University of the Southern Caribbean is advertised, and yours begins tomorrow. You must join us on Google Meet for the period of your first 2 years. We are your advisors. And from the privacy of your space, it takes one click to connect with us. Do not choose to do it with anybody else. For your siblings, go to the beach with them. For your friends, go do your nails with them. When it becomes serious and important, which academic advising is, let us help you. Right? I don't think I need to say any more on that one. Nobody wants to answer. Who pays? Now, the saddest faces I see in the audience are the parents, because they know the answer to this. I will look across there and the young man looks sad. So Gates says anytime it's under 2, you pay. You meaning your payment provider, your parent, or whoever it is. So I want you to determine at this point, I'm almost done, my dear. I want you to determine at this point, I will not do that to my parents. I will not do that to the people who are funding me, that we need to say to you that are critical and important. You may want to know, where is that list of classes that I must read for my degree? We will guide you to that. Do not let anyone else point you to it, because others may be on a different bulletin that you are not on. And remember, the cost of an error is $2,490-something. So we're asking you to join us at 2 p.m. on January 15, where you will get all the things that we couldn't say here, and you will receive certain documents from us. But before we go, I want 7 persons to stand. I'm almost done. 7 persons, just stand. Any 7 persons. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 more people, please, quickly. Stand up for me. Anybody on the table? 6. Do we have 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, so I'm going to ask them a question. It's private. Once I raise my hand, they get the gift. Once the student hand is up, they answered me correctly.
Nice game.
It's the same question, so I'm asking privately. Thank Thank you very much, students. Give yourself a round of applause. I want you to take one thing away from this session. USC communicates with its students. The students are required to read to know. Have a great evening. Enjoy the semester. Happy New Year, and do very well because God is planning to bless you. Have a great semester, everyone.
All right, we had a wonderful session by Miss Baines, our Executive Director of Student Advisement. And now we have the Director of Student Finance, Mr. Brent Marshall, coming to speak to us. Let's give him a hand as he's on his way.
Check one. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy New Year from the Financial Affairs Department. My name, as you would have heard, is Brent Marshall, Director for Student Finance. And I'm happy to see that a lot of gifts have been given out. I just want you to know that the gifting has just stopped. Now, you know, I am here to really take. You know, finance is about getting your funds, not giving, you know. The Lord gave it. He gave it before, right? And now he's going to take away. Yeah? So this afternoon, you know, we're just going to talk a little bit about how you can actually manage your funds. As the young people say, I want to help you manage your coins, right? Make sure that your dust is secure in your pocket. Right? And then how you could also give me some of your coins also. Right, parents? Parents? Yeah. Happy to see so many parents out here. So before I speak about finance, I'm going to introduce you to the GATE office. Now, GATE is very important, right? A lot of GATE students here. See the hands of those who are nationals, GATE students. Yeah, wonderful. So we're going to talk a little bit about GATE this afternoon. So to speak to you, I have with me my good friend and colleague, Mrs. Stephanie Lovelace from the Funding and Grants Department of the Ministry of Education. She would speak to you about GATE. So I just want you to welcome her to the stage at this time.
As we said, going with the flow. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, students, my colleagues at the USC. Thank you all for having me here this evening. And thank you for having our team from the Funding and Grants Administration Division, better known to most of you as GATE. With me this evening is Ms. Lakeisha Dufil. Lakeisha, just let them see who you are, please. And Ms. Camille Haynes. Each person will speak to you on various aspects of the GATE program. Before I start, I would like to tell you all about, just briefly, about some of the grants that the Ministry of Education would offer to students who are coming out of the secondary school system. I'm not sure how many of you are now coming out of the secondary school system for the first time, but it's useful information for you, and it will help you or even other members of your family if they are at that level, the level of CAPE. It's a means of providing aid to students who are in need, one, and two, who qualify for it. So we have the National Scholarships Program. Information is available on that program via the Ministry of Education website, scholarships.moe.gov.tt. We also have a program called the National Bursary Award Program. Information is available via bursary inquiries at moe.gov.tt. Then we have GATE and the Higher Education Loan Program. So for students who have been successful in obtaining either a National Bursary Award or a scholarship grant, you will not be eligible for GATE. So that's where we're going to start this evening. So by a show of hands, may I see how many nationals we have in this room? Trinidadian nationals. Great. So we have quite a number of you. Anyone here knows what the GATE stands for? Wow, 1, 2 persons. Okay, good. 3. You mind telling me? Don't be afraid to stand and tell me what it stands for. Anybody?
Good afternoon, everyone. So GATE primarily stands for Government Assistance for Tertiary Education.
Very good. Close, but very good. He has some familiarity with the acronym GATE. So the other thing I need all students to understand is that GATE assists students who are nationals. What do we mean by that? You have to be a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. You have to be living resident in the country for a minimum of 3 years prior to applying for GATE. You must be under the age of 50 years old. You must be fully accepted into a program of study that is accredited and approved. A lot of words, but what does that really mean? It means that you're at a good school, you're at a good institution. The USC is accredited, it is fully approved for GATE funding. There are programs, however, that may not be approved. So when you are attempting to access the GATE program, please check in with your institution to ensure that the program that you are doing, that you may want to access GATE for, to ensure that it is indeed approved for GATE funding. So that then takes me on to the most recently revised policies. I know there may be a lot of parents here, and this is important for you to note. Parents, students, please be advised that the policies of the GATE program were revised recently, and it now states that students are only eligible for 2 programs. What does that mean? It simply means that students are eligible for one, what we call terminal program, which would be something that is like a certificate, a diploma, an advanced diploma, or an associate's level program, and one bachelor's. So for those persons who might have accessed GATE funding for a diploma and an associate's before, once you speak to someone at the GATE office, they will very well tell you that you may not qualify. So that is important information for you to note. This now takes us to the point of accessing GATE. Of the nationals here who are accessing GATE, the GATE program, how many of you have already applied and received an e-service ID? Okay. Is there anyone who has not yet done that? Right. So these are the persons who would now have nationality, etc. And they will then give you something called a GATE e-service ID. Now, the GATE e-service ID is yours throughout the lifetime of your program or the lifetime of your time with GATE. The GATE e-service ID is made up of a number of numbers, about 11 numbers. It starts with your year of birth, and then it is generated by providing you with some random numbers thereafter. So that's the number that you are going to use every time that you attempt to access the GATE program. Please ensure that you provide a professional email address. When you are providing the information to the TT Connect Center, the reason why email, I've seen it all. We have seen more recently Candy Lips, Big Boy Brownie at gmail.com, Sexy Susie, and I can go on and on. Then when we send emails to these students with all of these fancy email addresses and they do not respond, they are affected. They are affected in several different ways. They are affected when they do not respond to us and an application is canceled. It's an endpoint for that application. The student, what does that mean to you parents? Because the students are not the ones paying the money, you know. I tell all parents this. You paying the money, parents. What does that mean? We are all aware of the cost of a program at USC. You are all attending USC from this semester. And I am hoping that every student who would have received his or her package found out the cost of a credit and also found out and is familiar with the cost of your entire program. I have had many students come to me and tell me, I just go into USC, they never tell me how much for the program. I had one up to yesterday. She's in year 4 of the program. We've paid the entire cost of the program. She's owing USC. I don't want to say how much. And our finance director at the USC, I say our finance director because he's on point with that. It's very accurate when he tells you, you are owing me X amount. You are owing the university X amount and you cannot get a certificate. This is the reality, parents and students, of the students not paying attention to their GATE business. The GATE application process is very simple. The student has to apply via the e-service, use your e-service ID that you would have gotten from the TT Connect Center. You log in, you fill the form. The form is a 4-part form. The first part, it asks you for all of your identity documents. We need those documents to verify your biodata, to ensure that you're a citizen according to the government, and to make sure that you qualify for GATE. We need to see your acceptance letter. That acceptance letter tells us you are pursuing a BSc in biology at the USC. You are starting in January 2023. It's a 3-year program. We then know exactly what we have to do when it comes to dealing with you, the student, as we go along. We also want to see your means test documents. And again, I'm speaking to both parents. We want to see the documents for everyone living in the household. Both parents. Whether you live with them, parents, whether you live with the student or not. We ask that you provide us with the documents because it's a policy. We didn't make the policy, unfortunately. It's a policy. We want to see the documents. What is important is that you have to, the GATE application process takes you through stages. So we verify your biodata first. Then we determine whether you can get GATE. Again, policy. Whether you are eligible. And then you will go through the means test part of it, which tells us how, or tells you, the student, and tells the school how much funding you will receive. In a few minutes, we'll tell you how that is broken down. But what is important for you all to note, students, you are new to the system, you are new to USC, we need to see a clear image of every document that you have submitted to us via the e-service. Read the FAQs page of the GATE e-service. It will help you. It will guide you. It tells you everything you need to know regarding the type of documents we want to see, the size, the format, JPEG, Adobe, PDF, everything. Word, we tell you everything. We tell you the size. We tell you the maximum size that will be uploaded to the system. Read your FAQs page carefully so that you will be guided according to the guidelines of the policies of the GATE program. Pay for my child. Anyone can make that decision. Any parent can make that decision. However, if you do decide to utilize the GATE program, then there are some key things that you must remember. For example, students of the USC must apply for GATE funding every semester. Remember that. Critical. If you do not apply for GATE, we will assume that you don't need GATE. We are not going to pick up the phone and call you. If you don't apply for GATE, then the onus is on you and your parents to reach out to the finance department of the USC and tell them, listen, I'm coming in to pay you all my money. I know I am owing you, so I'm going to come in and pay you. That's your onus. GATE is also not guaranteed because, as I said earlier, you have to qualify. We have to determine your eligibility for funding. What helps us to determine your eligibility for funding would be the policies. There are several, and I mean almost 60 reasons why a student could be rejected. And by rejected, I mean not receive GATE. So I need to verify that you can qualify. Hence the reason why we are stressing the importance of providing us with all of the documents that we are requesting. There is something called obligatory service after GATE. A lot of students don't pay attention to that aspect of the student's contract. Basically, what the obligatory service clause says, once GATE has paid for you, you have to agree that you will accept employment somewhere within, sometimes, somewhere within Trinidad and Tobago. In other words, we're asking you to give back to the country. The gate e-service system is used by 3 agents. The students, you the students, gate, and the USC. Every time you get a notification, it is not a reason for any student to visit the gate office. Read, read, read. You are all reading for degrees. Please read your notifications carefully. Please read our email requests carefully. Ensure that you understand. If you don't understand, please call first. COVID restrictions are still in place for us at the gate office. We advise all students to call 800-GATE, send us an email at gate.info@moe.gov.tt. It is also, the information is also available on our website. There are 2 or 3 important statuses that you must know. Correction required and means query. Parents, please encourage your students to keep checking their emails, to use a professional email, and to add Gate e-service to their inbox. Because once we send a correction or a means query to the student has 14 days, 14 calendar days within which to respond. In terms of a correction, if it is not responded, the system automatically cancels the student application. The student has to start all over again. However, as I said earlier, in terms of a means test query, if the student fails to provide the information, a 50% automatic means test rating is applied to the student. At that point, I can't help you. At that point, the USC cannot help you. At that point, the only thing you can do is pay USC at 50%. That's the only thing you can do. Gate processing is another status that all students will see. Gate processing simply means that the institution, the USC, has submitted a claim to us. So they have sent an invoice to us asking us to pay for you. At that point, it's going to be going through what is called a financial process. That does not negatively impact you until and unless, yes, there's no need for you to run to the gate office to ask someone at the gate office, what does gate processing mean? I am here to explain to you today that it means that your claim has been submitted by the USC for us to financially process it for payment. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because time is of critical importance to every student who is starting a program today. I have seen many students come through USC in the past few years, and I've always been very proud of them. When I come to a graduation, you look at them cross the stage, and I want to be able to do that in a couple of years with you guys. I want you all to understand that wasting time, it might take you an hour, depending on the time of the day that you get to the gate office, to get from where you are to the gate office and back to where you're supposed to be. That's an hour could have been better spent reading, doing some research. Send us an email. We will respond to you. We have a very effective turnaround time, 24 to 48 hours we respond to our emails. Very effective response time. I make myself very available to USC students. I mean very available. The students can call, they get my number, they call anytime. between the hours of 8 and 4. So I will now pass you on to Ms. Dufil, who will just elaborate on some of the points that I've made earlier regarding the means test. This is important, especially for parents to understand what we mean when we request certain types of information from the student.
Good evening, everyone. Means test. Every person who has to apply for GATE funding has to do what is called a means test. It essentially gives us information about your household and its income. You have to submit income documents for all persons that are residing in your household, inclusive of both parents, siblings, uncles, aunts, grandparents, anybody who is earning an income. You have to submit those documents in the means testing section of your application. So if it is we are processing an application and for some reason we see that you may not provide a specific document, or we may require further information regarding your household because the information you would have uploaded doesn't seem correct to us. As an investigating officer, you may receive what is called a means test query. So you have to be on top of your emails, because sometimes it may go to the junk folder or your spam. When you receive a means test query, you have 14 days to respond to that query. As Ms. Lovelace would have indicated to you, if you do not respond within the 14-day period, your application would be automatically rated 50% by the system, and you will be required to pay those fees to your institution. So the query would outline to you what it is we require in terms of further information or additional documents that we may require to process your application successfully. In terms of the funding criteria for means tests, applicant may be eligible for funding in different income ranges. So if a household, let's say their income is below 10,000, between 0 to 10,000, they would qualify for 100% funding. Once the household income is above 10,000 but less than 30,000 per month, that applicant will be qualified for 75% funding. Household income that is over 30,000 but under 75,000 will qualify for 50% funding, and any income that is over 75,000 per month does not qualify for GATE funding. All right, so those are the ranges with respect to the means test. Once your household income is below $10,000, you would qualify for 100% funding. With respect to means test, when we say we require the income for both parents, whether they are living with the applicant or not, it's a policy that we would have instituted to ensure that we process the application equitably and in line with what the government has mandated us. So someone might say, well, I don't live with my father, I only live with my mother, or we're living with both parents, but my father has said that he's going to pay for my education only. No, we require the income for both parents. All right? Let's say someone who lives with a grandparent, their income, what we consider income would be your pension document or NIS, or some people may be just receiving a disability grant. All those are forms of income, so you need to upload the appropriate documents. So pay slips, pension slips, disability grant slips, those are the means test documents that are required. If you go to the FAQ page, you will get a breakdown of all the required documents for means tests, including those persons, for example, who are self-employed, and you may not have that payslip or or that income document, we have a list of all the means-related documents that we accept when we're processing an application for means. I think that covers means. Yeah. So I'll put you on to Ms. Haynes, who will speak more to you about the help loan facility, which is a government loan that you would take with the bank to assist you with your expenses related to your program.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, as was indicated by Lakeisha, I will be talking about the Higher Education Loan Program, or HELP. So, as indicated in the name, this is a bank loan, right, that you will need to repay eventually. So, you must apply in the current academic year that you're in, right? So, if you're a continuing student, for example, if you have any outstanding fees owed to the university, you cannot apply for help in the current academic year to pay off any outstanding fees, right? Also, the help, when you apply, as I said, is done on an annual basis. So just make sure, as is indicated by Mr. Lovelace, with GATE, you apply each semester, right? So with help, you apply once. So make sure that whatever you're requesting is for the academic year and not for the semester. The government subsidizes 4% of the interest rate on the student's behalf, right? If you're employed, you start making repayments immediately. If you're not employed, you start making repayments at the end of your program. For you to qualify for the program, it has the same criteria as GATE, where you must be 18 years and over, but under 50 years of age, a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago resident in the country for a period of 3 consecutive years, and income must be less than $75,000. You can apply through any of the 4 major commercial banks, which would be Republic, RBC, FCB, or Scotia. On the application form, which you can access on the Ministry of Education website under the HELP program, you will just need to attach several things, right? So there will be birth certificate, national ID or passport, acceptance letter. If you're a continuing student, an updated transcript, right? Proof of registration for your courses, pay slips for all members of the household, a utility bill, and 2 references, right? So just an idea of what HELP covers. If you're rated less than 100%, you can apply for help for the remainder of your tuition expense, right? You can apply for books. If you're renting to be closer to your institution, you can apply for accommodation. You, admin fees, living expenses, things like that. Whatever you're requesting, just keep in mind that you need to attach supporting documents, right? Simplest thing, accommodation, you'll attach a copy of a rent receipt or the tenant agreement. As it is USC in Trinidad, you can apply for up to $35,000 each academic year. A means test similar to that of GATE will be done to determine out of the $35,000 the amount that you can actually receive, right? Now, due to the change in policies, there might be some students who cannot apply for GATE. Once your program is approved and you have successfully completed your last GATE-approved program, you can apply for help and you can apply for tuition, right? If you're a student who is accessing GATE, you're a continuing student, you must meet the criteria of GATE. So for whatever reason, you're not accessing GATE for that academic year, then automatically you will not be eligible for the HELP program, right? Your eligibility will resume once you're able to apply for GATE successfully. if you have an incomplete GATE program, you can always contact the GATE office to sort out that issue first, right? Any GATE issue before you apply for help. In terms of the postgraduate programs, you can always contact us in order for us to see if the program that you want to do is on the priority listing of Trinidad and Tobago. So this is just the contact information specific to each section. So for GATE, you can, telephone contact is 800-GATE. For the email address is gate.info@moe.gov.tt. The means test queries, members of MTU at moe.gov.tt. For help, the number is 663-0244, extension 531-2062, or 531-2044, or help loans at moe.gov.tt, right? For general information, www.e-gate.gov.tt. All of this information is also on the Ministry of Education website under the different sections, right? I will now pass you back to Ms. Lovelace.
Thank you very much, Camille. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, students, USC. I would now open the floor to take a few questions.
Hi, good afternoon. The last person that spoke about the health plan just now, right? You said that the health loan, you must apply. When you say must apply, you mean that it's mandatory after you have been approved by GATE? And what if you already have your health plan system already? Like, if you already have that. So, more or less, do you have to apply for the health plan loan?
Okay, so if you already have a help loan or help loan application in our system, you will not be required to apply again. Ms. Haynes would have indicated earlier that you have to, once you are accessing the help side of the program, you can apply for it each academic year. So once you have one application in, you have to apply for it every year once you need the help loan. And you are doing so via the banks, any one of the banks, or via the site where the application forms are accessible to all students. If you don't want the help loan, you don't have to. It's not a mandatory thing. It's just like the GATE program, as I indicated earlier. None of this is mandatory. This is aid for students who are in need, students who are citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and require assistance, financial assistance for your tertiary education. That is what this is about.
Do you have to complete the whole GATE application process before you choose your courses, or you have to do it after because you have to choose the courses tomorrow?
That is a question that's best answered by the USC. So another point I heard earlier by the speaker before us was the speaker spoke about knowing your advisor. Students, please get familiar. Know who your advisors are. Speak to them frequently. Understand what your transcript will reflect. The GATE and HELP system, we look at your cumulative GPA. We want to see that your cumulative GPA is at least above the minimum performance that is required by your institution. Can anybody tell me what is the required performance GPA for USC? Anybody? Above 2.0. So that's what we want to see. In order for us to accurately assess you, and determine your eligibility for funding, we want to note that your GPA performance has been above 2.0.
So my question is this. If my daughter already received GATE approval for 75%, could I then, as the parent, seek the help loan to cover the additional 25%?
You want to answer? It's working? Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, you can. The loan will be in the student's name. So it won't be you, the parents, applying. It will be the student.
The parent only gets involved if the student is under the age of 18. All right? And one of the things for the help loan, as she said earlier, you must be 18 and above. All right?
So she would pay for her 25% when she starts to work for the help loan, right?
So,
or would I be required? Because why I'm asking, I have another question. If I myself now want to apply for a help loan because I'm pursuing a higher level of studies, which is not GATE funded at all.
So if you're applying for a program that is not GATE funded at all, it still must meet the requirements where the institution must be accredited and the program must be approved. So you separately can apply for a help loan, not a problem, and your daughter, because it will be in your individual names, can apply for the loan. Yeah.
Anyone else?
You said just now that once the child is under 18, that is the parent applying, and once it's, so what if the child turns 18? Okay, and in my household, 18 is not an adult.
That's fine. Right. I could relate. Okay, so under 18, the student, the parent gets involved under GATE. For help, the student has to be 18, between the ages of 18 but under 50. Right. Only when he turns 18, he will qualify for help under that level. And that's fine, but it is an application that will be taken out on his name. It will be on his name. All right? Anyone else?
For people renting on their own, would they have to give supporting documents on, like from a landlord or something? Yeah.
So that would be for which program, GATE or HELP? Well, for both, because we would need to see the information for both under the means test side of the GATE application form, as well as if you are applying for a HELP loan. All right, so we would need to get that information. Everybody heard the question? She wanted to know about what documents she has, whether she has to provide the rental documents for someone who is renting on your own. All right? Sure, I come into you now, and I come into you.
Good day. You mentioned with parents, right? You need to send both parents documents, income documents for the home. But my daughter, her parent is her stepdad, it's not her father. So do I need to get her father information as well as his and mine?
That is a question that I would prefer to discuss with you outside of this forum. So what I would do is I would leave my contact information for you, and you can give me a call, and we will discuss it, and I will guide you on exactly what information we want to see from you in that case. Again, there are some scenarios that might be very specific. There are certain things, certain items that we may not be able to discuss in an open forum like this. In cases like that, you are free to call the GATE office, and you can ask for me. If I'm not available, one of my officers will take a call. But you can call and ask for me directly if you choose, and I will discuss it with you, and all of it will be kept confidential. Okay?
Hi. So once all the documents have been submitted, like how long is the process to be approved?
To be approved under the HELP or the GATE. Okay, so the GATE process, we generally give people a turnaround time of 2 weeks. And I'll tell you 2 weeks. You know why? So the student would put in an application today. We would send a correction to the student saying that your birth certificate was not attached. The student then does not bother with us with that. 14 days later, the application cancels. The student has to go through that entire process again. So your approval of an application for GATE funding is not dependent on us as much as it is dependent on the student. The student has to pay attention to his or her GATE business.
So I'm now going to start the process, so it's very unlikely that we'd be approved before my...
An approval doesn't happen overnight. As I said when I started to speak, there are various stages that the application goes through, and it's a 4-part application. So we want to verify your biodata. We may need additional information. But for the student who has submitted everything that we need and it's clean and clear, that application can be processed in quick timing. However, our experience has shown us that students do not follow instructions. Very, very rare do I meet a student who follows instructions. I'm coming to you now, son. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Following up on that question, because they're saying registration is tomorrow, and his email, he starts his classes on Monday. And you're saying that it takes a specific time. And sometimes one of the speakers said that you have to have, you register, and you must have your finances in order before you could start classes. So which means that what's happening for Monday?
So your interpretation is that he can't start Monday. So I am here to tell you that your son, who is the student, needs to speak to USC, because his GATE application form has nothing to do with his registration for courses. His registration for courses has everything to do with him and the USC. The USC is going to guide him as to what he is required to do, what finances he's required to pay, all of those things. GATE only pays for his tuition. That's all we do. His registration, his caution fees, all his other amenities, they have nothing to do with GATE. Okay? Yes, sir. You could ask me anything. Talk to me.
Okay.
Talk to me. Ask me anything, darling. Talk to me.
If a student is not GATE funded or only GATE funded by a percentage,
Via what?
percentage of fees towards GATE, how long would it take or be recommended for them to pay out for the credits?
That is another USC question. You see how I tell you, you could ask me anything? That is another USC question. We have Mr. Marshall, as I said earlier, excellent at what he does, and he's going to guide you in the right direction. He and his team, they're going to point you in the right direction. All right? So, I think that we've covered most of the bases. I have one question. Okay. Okay. Who's it? Okay.
Hi. I just want to verify something. After you finish your means query, you send it, and then after you'll see how much you get by GATE. and my mommy wants your number. Wants your number by chance.
I'll talk to you after. Okay, so I just want to repeat it very quickly. Very early when I started speaking, I spoke about the emails. Please ensure that you use professional emails that you use frequently. Do not send me an email, candy lips at Hotmail, and then you come to me and you say, I don't use that email, that's just for me and my friends. But I gave it to you because all you wanted an email. What I'm saying to you here is based on experience. We get this every single semester. Please ensure everything that you do. We have over 350,000 names in our system. We cannot pick up the phone and call everyone. We have to communicate with you via email. And we do so every single day. We communicate with students every single day via email. You had a question? Thanks.
So my question is, so let's say you are renting, but with a group of people, it's not you alone. So like how you're saying, forget they want the entire household, payslip and those things. So you need the other members who are renting the house with you or your payslip alone because you are going to school.
So your case again is a case that we would prefer to deal with you. So I would suggest to you that you call into us. I'm going to have a means test officer speak with you. If you want to access the help loan, we're going to have the help person speak with you as well, Ms. Haynes, Ms. Dufil. They will speak to you and explain to you everything before you put in that application. If you don't do it and you send through the application, we will send you an email with a request for additional information. We will highlight to you exactly what we want to see from you, and then you follow up thereafter. So you have two options. It's very flexible, and we're, again, very easy to get in touch with. Right?
I have a question regarding the gate ID registration. I followed the instructions that the document that USC sent, where you needed to scan your national ID, sign it, and send a photo of yourself holding the thing. I sent all that, but it's saying that the recipient's mailbox is full and can't.
Is this your USC ID or is this your Gate e-service ID?
Trying to apply for Gate service ID.
You sure? Yes. You sure? Yes, I'm sure. Did you go to TT Connect?
Yes, I tried.
Did you go to T Connect? Which area do you live? Or which Dabadi? There's a TT Connect in Arima upstairs Pennywise. That's down by the market. Right? You should go into them. Or you can call into me tomorrow. I would check to see if you were indeed registered and there was a problem with your account. Right? There's also a TT Connect Center at Curep on the main road, just after the traffic light, obliquely opposite KFC. Right? But just reach out to me tomorrow and I would check it for you on the system. Right? Do we have any other questions? Is we good? So I'm guessing that everyone understands the information that you have been provided this evening. You have one more question? Okay.
What if they send the application in means query and you do it, they tell you to fix something, so you want them putting the information after, well, the ones that are applicable for you, and you haven't get a response back for it.
So that would be dependent on how long ago you sent that information in. Indeed means confirmed as yet. All right? So I would like to I'd like you to make a note of your name for me. And what I would do is I would check it. So I want you to give me your name, your date of birth, and a phone contact. And we will call you tomorrow, please God. All right? It's okay. Thank you very much for your attention. I do hope that the information that we've provided you gives you some level of comfort and gives you enough guidance to understand how the system works so that we can accurately assess all students and your process can be as smooth as possible. Thank you all. Happy New Year to you. Please enjoy your time at the USC. You are going to have a lot of fun, make a lot of new friends, but stay focused on your schoolwork. Maintain your GPA so that you can maintain your gate and your help loan and take it to the end, because that's what we want to see. Have a good time at USC, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so we have Mr. Brett Marshall making his way over here. On that note, PTU 524, the driver of the vehicle needs to attend to it. The window is open. All right.
All right. We want to thank Mrs. Lovelace of GATE for that wonderful presentation. A lot of information here. Everyone benefited here. A lot of information. So, first day of class, right? Today's the first day of class. Everybody looking under pressure, boy. University life. First day of class. So let's stand for a minute now. Let's stretch your legs a little bit. You know, first day of class. You're under pressure. You know, So hear this, right? So hear this. All that information you're getting. The key thing is to be able to listen, read, follow instructions, right? Yeah? The key thing is listening, reading, following instructions. So I want you to repeat after me, right? Yeah? Repeat after me. Red, green, blue. What color is grass? Let's try it again. Repeat after me, right? Red, green, blue. What color is grass? Ah, now you got it. Okay, you can have a seat. You got it, right? Listen and follow, and we're going to forge ahead to the end quickly. All right? I'm not going to keep you here much longer because I know you may have a lot of questions you want to ask, etc. Unfortunately, I actually have another orientation, but I'm going to try to give you some of my time before I reach there. So, registration for GATE students. In order to have your registration completed, first key thing for GATE students is that you must have a GATE application. You following? So take note of that, right? First key thing for GATE students, in order to be registered, meaning to have your registration completed, because you have course selection. We spoke about course selection earlier, right? Where you'll go to the academic advisor, you will have your classes selected. That's course selection. Now we're speaking to finance. You're speaking about registration completion. And in that aspect, once you're a GATE student, our expectation, if you come to us at finance, if you send an email, if you go into the Zoom link, which you will be provided as soon as you come out with the academic advisor, when you come into that room, the first question the advisor there will ask you is, have you completed your GATE? So if you haven't completed your GATE, my suggestion is that you go quickly, visit the TT Connect office. We know that you're going to have to wait. Maybe they may tell you 24 hours, 48 hours to receive the email, because that's the process. Those who would have done it already would have experienced that, yeah? Around 28 to 48 hours to receive the email, and then you can apply for GATE. So, those who haven't applied for GATE as yet, and you have your TT Connect ID, tonight, you're going to apply for GATE, yeah? Because you want to... Okay.
School email. I'm sorry, thanks. It's school email, but we couldn't get further because we needed that to get onto the GATE and whatever else, and we could not get it to move. You know, when you have your email and you say next, when you have whatever your email, I'm Sherry Fantastica, okay? And then you put in your password and whatever. The email is there, and when we press next to go to the password, it's red. It turns red. But it's the email that you sent us, and it will not move. So, you know.
Okay, understand. Let me just clarify something there, right? Now, when you are applying for GATE, you are applying for GATE. This is not your USC email. You can use your USC email to apply for GATE. However, most persons use their personal email to apply for GATE. No, but you can use your USC email to apply for GATE. If you use your personal email, you should not have any challenge. But concerning your USC email, what that problem you're having there, of course, is an IT problem, but that is where you would have signed up for, well, you would have received your USC email and a temporary password. However, when you try to log in with the temporary password, it comes up with an error. What you can do, troubleshooting, simple troubleshooting, you can maybe try on a browser. If you're using Chrome, you could try Firefox, Internet Explorer, one of those. Normally that works. Those techniques, if that doesn't work, as you're here, IT department or the lab may not open right now, but the IT department would assist in that regard, all right? So that shouldn't be a problem. So let's get back quickly to GATE application, right? So we're talking about GATE application, very important in order to be registered. If you don't have a GATE application, we will not complete your registration until you do. However, everyone here received the registration notice here. The registration information from finance, everyone received it already, yeah? The hands of those who didn't receive any? Excellent, so everyone received one. And I will send it again personally. Me personally, I will send it to you. I want to make sure that you have it and that you read it. So maybe during this semester, yes, miss? That's okay. So as soon as we leave here, once we have your name there in the system, I'll get the email and I'll send it to everyone again. But I'm aware that most persons would have received the registration information already. Yeah? Eh? See? You want to hear eh. So, again, once you have the registration information, please, I'm begging you, read it, read it, read it, read it. Please, I'm begging you. Now, your life at USC, with the finance department especially, could be very easy if you just, what I said at the beginning? Read and listen and following the instructions. Your life here, very easy. So, at the beginning of the semester, what you must do as a GATE student, apply for GATE. So how you apply for GATE? You would have gone through the 4 steps as you would have heard from Mrs. Lovelace. The first page, second page, third page, fourth page, right? Now, some key things, pay attention. These key things are in the registration notice on how to apply for GATE. Anyone remembered? Key things in applying for GATE. The academic year, the semester, and the acceptance letter, yes. But I'm narrowing on something really important in applying for GATE. The reason why I'm telling you that if you follow the instructions every semester and you apply for the correct period, you would realize how smooth your GATE form is approved. Now, if you don't follow the instructions, then you would find that your GATE form is taking longer to approve. What am I saying? What am I really saying? For example, this semester is what? This semester, anyone knows? Second semester. Right, so let's go. The academic year covers 3 semesters. Everyone knows that, right? I think you know that by now. The academic year covers 3 semesters. First semester, second semester, and third semester or summers. So, first semester is September to December. Second semester is January to April. And third semester is May to July. Right? Following me, right? Follow me. Great. So, for GATE, you apply for the academic year every semester. You with me? Check the registration notice. The academic year you apply for every semester. So the academic year is September to August. So the academic year is September to August. So this semester, when you apply for GATE, you'll be applying for September 2022 to August 2023 semester. Semester? Great. Because we are in the second semester. You are in your first semester. However, we are in the second semester. And next semester will be third semester. So you will apply September 20. No. Again, the instructions is there in the registration notice in case you forget. You apply for September 2022 to August 20 semester. Excellent. And then when the year rolls over, meaning the academic year, which is this September, because we are in 2023, so this September coming here will be September to August, which will be September 2023 to August 2024, and it will be semester, and so forth and so forth. We clear, right? Any confusion there? Excellent. Now, let me tell you why this is so important. As you continue through school, you would realize, hey, you're looking, you're trying to get your GATE form, and then sometimes you make an error. You apply January, like some persons may apply January to April or January to May now, and then you realize, well, my GATE form is taking 2 months, 3 months. Why is it taking so long and everyone is signing their GATE form? It's because you're applying for the incorrect period, and sometimes GATE may just take longer to approve you because they go in an order. They're looking at, and if your form have an error, they may say, all right, hold on there, that's not coming back to you, or they may send the form back to you to correct, and you didn't address it. It may get cancelled, and then you realize, hey, I needed to apply because you never looked back at your GATE application. So it's very important. Apply for the correct period every semester. So in your second semester, which is third semester, so in third semester, when you apply for GATE again, you would get almost an automatic clearance. So this semester, it may take a little longer for you to get clearance, as Mrs. Lovelace said, maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks. By next semester, as soon as you apply, almost a week, you get auto-cleared. Then next academic year, your first semester may take 2 to 3 weeks. Then your next 2 semesters, quick clearance, right? Now, hear this. Hear this tricky part, right? Why I'm telling you not to make an error again. Let's say, in third semester, if you apply for GATE, like you applied September to August now, right? You did well, okay. Then you applied, you applied third semester. You applied the semester good, then you apply in third semester, but instead of you following September to August, you applied for May to August instead of September to August. What those who doing the clearance would see, and I'm telling you from experience, right? I'm not telling you from assumption, I'm telling you from experience, what would happen is they may begin the entire process again of reviewing your application. And you don't want that. What you want is from the time your application comes up and you would have followed the instructions, you go into auto clearance. So from the time the person is reviewing your application sees this student would have applied already, there is a notification on the form that you wouldn't see that says is eligible for auto clearance. They'll auto clear you. We have your form. We're happy to give you your GATE application form to sign at the end of the semester, which is what we'll get into next, right? So now that we would have completed that aspect, how to apply, you have the key areas. Of course, the period, means. I don't think I need to speak about means again, right? We had enough information about means. Please, people, put the information that is required for the means so that you don't fall into that 50% bracket. I mean, 50% real hard. Now, one credit here. Anyone knows the cost of 1 credit? For GATE students, it's $780. For non-GATE students, international, $832. For students outside of the union, $960 a credit. Wow. So let's say you're a GATE student, 3 credits, that is $2,340. Multiply that as 3 credits, let's say you doing 50%, and you have what, 10 credits? Multiply 10 times 780. How much is that? Quick maths. 10 times 780 is 7,800 divided by 2 is how much? Excellent. I love that answer. Too much. Right? Great. So, what I'm saying, all that to say, try your best, apply correctly. Some of you may get 75%. You will have to pay 25%. We're going to talk about that shortly. Payment plans. We're going to make it pretty easy for you to be able to go through the semester and make monthly payments. All right? Great. So we have the GATE application. We're good. We have the means. Your application is completed. Excellent. So the advisor saw you. You had your classes selected. General fees. Right? So let's talk a little bit about the payments. General fees, the tuition. For GATE students, the percentage, you may not see the percentage before registration. Once you have the application, you may see the percentage, you may not see the percentage. Sometimes the percentage may change. I don't want to get into that. Sometimes the percentage may change, meaning you may see 100%, and then it switches to 75% after some review done by GATE. We at USC don't have any control over that. Sometimes you at 75% and you want to query why you got 75%, you want to get 100%, we ask you to take that up at GATE. But in the meantime, we will ask you to pay the 25%, kindly, right? So, let's talk a little bit about the payments, right? So, presently, you have general fees. You know the general fees, right? For GATE students, non-GATE students, everyone, general fees $12.30. Yeah? Check. General fees $12.30. So, I mean, $12.30 is a small thing, right? January month, things nice. So, $12.30 is no money. But if you are unable to make the full $12.30, we give you 50%. Pay 50%. $6.15, and we'll give you a payment plan to pay the other $6.15, right? But most important is what? GATE students, most important is what? Your GATE application. I wonder if, you know, I'm going to stick here a little bit because I want you to understand how important this is, right? When I went to school, we didn't have GATE. I have some international students in here, ask them about what it's like to pay $12,480 a semester. Right? So apply for GATE. Parents, if I were you tonight, I'm making sure my child apply for GATE. Stand up over them so. Yeah, apply yet? Right? Make sure they apply for GATE, right? Great. So let's talk about the payments. So the payment methods that we have is Arian. Our main payment method right now is Arian and the USC cashier. Arian, how do you pay via Arian? Pretty simple. Log into Arian. Everyone, you heard of Arian, you saw Arian, you logged into Arian. When you log into Arian, you're going to look for pay with a credit card. But you could also use your Visa debit. So Arian accepts Visa debit card. I think most of us here have PIN and chip now, right? The new debit cards, PIN and chip. Right. So that card acts as your credit card. So you're going to use that card, log into Arian, pay with a credit card, and just follow the instructions straight through. Meaning, they're going to ask you the same information like if you have a credit card. They're going to ask you the card holder's name. They're going to ask you that little information in front, the expiry date. They're going to ask you the card number. They're going to ask you the secret number in the back, the CF, the CV something number, right? Yeah? So everyone is familiar with credit cards and how it works. The same way your Visa debit card is going to work. So, from the comfort of your home, tonight, you're going to pay us the general fees. I'm really excited. Are you? Excellent. Right, so you're going to go home, you're going to use, parents, you're going to give your children the card. It's not a credit card, so don't worry, they can't max it out. They can only use it on Arian. They're going to pay the general fees, place in the information there, and we will have that posted to your account in about 2 business days. So between 48 and 72 hours, you would see that money reflecting on your account. If you want to see the funds reflecting immediately on your account, you could pay at the USC cashier, which is located at the administrative building upstairs, Financial Affairs Department. All right, so you make a choice, but for me, from the comfort of my home, make the payment using your card. You don't need a credit card, normal debit card, make the payment, etc., and that's good. Great. So that's our payment methods every semester. So let's talk about the payment plans. I know persons will be interested. How can I register with a payment plan? So, like for international students and our GATE students, same thing applies, right? So for non-GATE international students, to be registered, you must pay 25% upfront. How do you determine 25% upfront? When you select your classes for non-GATE students, when you select your classes, you would have seen 15 credits. Let's say you select 15 credits. You know you have dorm, you have CAF, you have general fees, you have caution fee. So what you will do, you calculate all of that, and then you multiply by 0.5, right? So that you will get 25% of the overall cost. And then your advisor will give you a payment plan for the other 75%, which you would pay over the semester. So you have 4 months. You have January, February, March, April. So January is 25%, right? February, next 25, March, and then the end of the semester, April, you pay the final 25%, and that's 100% for the semester. We clear so far? That's good, right? 25% down. Same thing. Well, for GATE students, 1230, nothing. You're going to give me 50%. But you can pay 25% too. No pressure. But I would appreciate 1230. Just point it out there, right? No problem. You could pay entire 1230. Some persons don't like to owe. I love those kind of people. If you don't like to owe, you're in a great place. So you could pay your 1230, or you could pay the full tuition for those non-GATE students. We're happy to accept. Great. So those persons who are on scholarships, let's say you're an international student or you're a local student on some sort of scholarship, what you can do if you have a letter, a scholarship letter from your conference or your union or whoever you're getting that sponsorship from, you can send an email to studentfinance@usc.edu.tt, or you can send the scholarship letter directly to your advisor. And the advisor will take it from there, he will speak with you, we will review the percentage and tell you how you can move forward. All right? Great? Excellent. So I'm almost done. So we would have covered the percentage, we would have covered that, we would have covered how you can make your payments, we would have covered the payment plans, and then we are coming to the end now. So in the end, just want you to know that we also provide additional services like parents who make payments on behalf of their children. At the end of the year, you may want to file for your income tax. You know that getting that little percentage back is very, very important, because next year you'll have to give it to us again. We really support you in that venture. $10 per letter, right? $10 a letter. It's online. When you check the registration notice, there's a little link there. You can click on the link. You would need to pay $10. So what you can do is pay the $10 online, take the receipt, snapshot, PDF the receipt, upload it via the link, and we will provide that letter for you in about 2 business days. You'll be good to go. So at the end of this year, I know some persons may file, or maybe next year, you may file for this year. You know how the income tax stuff go. So let's talk a little bit about withdrawal, and then we will end it there, right? So we are really happy that you are here. Yeah, USC, we are really happy that you are here, and we don't want you to leave. So let's not talk about permanent withdrawal, because when you start your GATE program, after 1 year, if I were you, I wouldn't leave the program. I would continue. That's real serious. Because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, next year, government change, something happens so, and you don't get access to GATE. Because if you pay attention, you would notice that the GATE policies keep changing. So once you lock yourself into GATE here, consider yourself blessed. Not lucky, blessed. Consider yourself blessed, lock in with GATE, stay right here, finish your program. 4 years, some persons could finish in 3.5. You do third semester every year. We welcome you to find courses, dig it out of a hat, and do it. But try to finish. Take your time, but finish fast. Because if you finish too fast, you mightn't get some of your money, right? But take your time and finish fast, right? So what I'm saying is temporary withdrawal. Things happen, right? You may fall down some semester, God forbid, something happened with the family, you may fall ill, you have a surgery, etc., etc. It's important that you check on the website. The USC website carries information concerning temporary withdrawal. Now, temporary withdrawal is very important. It's very, very important. Why? It affects you, and it affects your GATE. That's for GATE students, especially. Why it affects your GATE? If you miss 1 semester, and you come back the next semester, now, let me make a disclaimer. This does not include third semester, excepting for nursing students. Every other student, except nursing students, they don't need to do a withdrawal form for third semester. But nursing students, however, because of how the program runs, every semester you must do a withdrawal form if you miss a semester. But nursing students, they don't miss any semesters because they understand how important it is to stay in the program. But anyway, temporary withdrawal, visit the USC website, look for the withdrawal form, complete the withdrawal form. By the time you get into school this semester, the withdrawal forms will now take the form of a Google Doc. Before it was a PDF document, but I've already been privy to the document, so it will now take the form of a Google Doc. So you complete the Google Doc, it will be on the website, the link will be there. You complete that, and the admissions office, they will do what they have to do. That's not my area. So I'm telling you, they will do what they have to do to ensure that your GATE business is secured for the next time you return to school. So when you decide to return now, so you did the withdrawal form, right? Let's say you did a withdrawal form for 1 semester. Let's say you went to school now, you went to school third semester in September, first semester 23-24, you decide, okay, something happened and you can't attend. If you decide to come back in 2024, January, you will need to do what is called an intention to return form. So you have the withdrawal form when you leave, and then you have the intention to return form. Now the intention to return and the withdrawal form simply informs us, and it informs the government that, hey, this student withdrew, was approved to withdraw, is now returning, and is approved to return. It informs us so that we would know where you are. Now, if you decide to pick up yourself and just walk through the door, never tell us anything, then you come back 2 years later, and then, boom, you see our course, 12,000, you start to hold your head, wondering, but how come that reached the... I didn't know, I did never know nothing, but sir, help me now, right? I'm trying to help you here so that you don't end up in that position where you have to find money, right? So make sure if you want to leave for a real serious matter, not a petty matter, school hard, boy, pressure, and you leave next semester, nah. Stick with it. My encouragement to you as I leave, as I close, read, What? Read what? Read. Read. Listen. Read, listen, and follow instructions. Have a good afternoon. Check. Right, so you have any questions? Quick. Let me see if I can take some quick questions, and then I need to really go. Question.
I know you mentioned the payment plan for non-GATE students, but if you're GATE and you have a percentage to pay, that 25% applies for the payment plan? For the balance?
Right, so yes, the 25% applies for the balance, still, same way. Right? Question, quickly. No questions?
Question.
Clear?
You said when you go to register, one of the first things they'll ask you is about your GATE application. Does it have to be fully complete? Like if fully completed? Okay.
Now, once you apply for GATE, you don't need to send us anything, right? Just like your payment. If you make a payment via Arian, you don't need to send us anything. Once you go to the advisor, yes, I would have made my payment. The first thing we will do is go into the system, and we will view the GATE system, which is the same system the government sees. We will be able to see your application. For Arian and payments, we will be able to see your payment. All right? Question, quickly. No questions? Okay, great.
Question from online. Sophia Benjamin is asking, what document students need to provide for a parent without a salary? What documents students need to provide for a parent without a salary?
Right, so that was a GATE question. What they can do is send an email to GATE or visit the office and have a personal discussion with the GATE office. That's not something that I will attempt to answer. Question? No questions? So, okay, great. So I'm going to make my departure. I really look forward to receiving your 100% funds, and I wish you all the best this semester. Take care.
All right, let's give another hand for Mr. Brett Marshall, our Director of Student Finances. All right, we also have in the room Miss Emily Mark, our VP for Finance. Can she wave her hand so everyone could see her? She's in the back. Give her a hand, guys. So we have come nearing the end of our program today. Let's give a hand for that, guys. It's been a long one, an informative one. I'm sure everyone got their questions answered. To our online viewers, any questions, I'll take a look back at the chat and I'll forward them to who needs the answer. Okay, guys, so we're going to come to the end, and Mr. Vayani Tony, ASB President, is about to give us our vote of thanks and our closing prayer.
Hello, everyone, again. I do thank, first, I want to thank God for bringing us here this morning, and keeping us alive until 4:42. I want to thank our hard-working and diligent host, Miss Ryan Williams, for doing an excellent job during the hosting. Also want to thank you, our freshman students and parents, for choosing USC, the greatest school in the Valley, and to come here and to complete your 4-year degree at this institution. So big up yourself during that. I want to thank also the cafeteria services for their meals that they provided from the cupcakes and the lasagna and everything there. I know it was very scrumptious. And the volunteers as well, Jamal and Daniel. I want to thank also our academic deans, advisors, the VPs, so Pastor Nancy, Pastor John, Miss Emily Mark, also our library personnel. I want to thank as well the Department Student Life, Miss Beverly Ellis for the overall, and Miss Julian Guy for the overall program. Also our gate personnel for coming here to guide us on the gate and help loan procedures. Also our audiovisual team for the audiovisual performances, I guess. As well as everybody else that participated in this program. So let us stand as we pray to close off this program. Let's pray. Father, I come before you to place the freshmen into your hands. I pray that this semester is a worthwhile and memorable semester. I pray that whatever they register for, what courses or what program they register for, that it will be productive and they'll leave this semester with an A grade and a 4.0 GPA. I pray for financial blessing or financial blessing here on the parents' pockets or their providers' pockets so that they can successfully register and complete their degree at USC. I pray for long life and health for all involved in this program and all that will be commencing in the next few days and the start of this semester. Thank you for your blessing. In Jesus' name, amen. And our host is back.
Okay, as you leave, we're going to be playing a welcome from the academic deans, and also to your emails, a link will be sent. That link would have on-demand lectures that are that you need to watch. They're mandatory. They're going to be sent to your emails, some for your parents. And thank you for coming to Orientation 2023. Thank you, guys. Oh, yes, we also have campus tours. Mr. Vayani is on this. Raise his hand if you don't know who he is. He's on his way to carry you all to campus tours if you still want to. So.
Dean of the School of Social Science and Professor of Social Psychology. I'm here to serve you and to make your experience at USC exciting, educative, and surely inspiring. To begin, let us talk briefly about your academic departments and the committed faculty who chairs these departments. First, the Department of Social Work is chaired by Dr. Glenda Hinkson, and the Department of Psychology, Behavioral Science, and Criminology is chaired by Ms. Sadia Moore. In the Department of Social Work, there are three emphases: mental health, community, and a combination emphasis of both mental health and community. In the Department of Psychology, the emphases are development, health, general, and this year we are hoping to launch sports emphasis as part of your psychology program. In the behavioral science, we have one emphasis, psychology. Now, the culture of the School of Social Science focuses on spiritual, social, and academic development. The spiritual culture of the School of Social Science is aligned with the spiritual ethos of the University of the Southern Caribbean. This means that we offer a learning environment and an education that is founded upon the Christocentric philosophy. We believe that true education is the harmonious development of the head, the heart, and the hand. Therefore, we provide you with a holistic academic experience, one that you will truly enjoy. This simply means that our degree caters to all your all-round development. The school embraces the following core values of integrity, professionals who will rank above competitors locally, regionally, and internationally. As such, we equip you with critical thinking and analytical skills, competence in research skills, superior knowledge, and excellent content delivery. These are just some of the prestigious standards we nurture and promote in our students. Our school fulfills these objectives through Christian instructors who translate our mission and vision into daily behavior. We encourage creativity and initiative. We encourage teamwork and team spirit. We nurture excellence and productivity. We nurture an environment of moral values and spiritual growth and development. But now, I know that you are super excited to be part of our school, and we're excited about that also. So what should you expect in class? Number one, attendance is taken at every class, especially for all GATE students. If you are late 3 times for a class, then that is equivalent to being absent from class once. If you are ill and you cannot attend class, then you will need to have a medical note for the instructor of that class. You are required to read your course outline, and this is very important, and keep it throughout the semester as it provides a lot of information about the course. So what should students expect from faculty? Faculty is consistent, firm, and fair. You should expect course documents, and the leading document you should expect is your course outline. Explanation of assignments, a stimulating and exciting learning experience is guaranteed at USC. So what do we expect from you, the student? Attendance of all classes are mandatory unless there is an excuse or some permission is granted. That you participate in class activities, and that's in an interactive way. You participate in school activities such as sports day, and we look forward for you attending and supporting your various schools. Submission of work on time, meeting all your deadlines. And if you can't meet your deadlines, I suggest you contact your lecturer timely. We want you to manage your time wisely because you want to maximize your time here for your own personal development. And then there's some general information. I want you to know that the lowest grade to pass a class at the university is a C. Any grade below a C is marked as a fail. There's a process to meet with the dean or the chair of your department if you have issues, and we will attend to them expeditiously. If you need to request a letter from the school for whatever reason, for example, a job, you will need to give us a time period of 3 to 4 working days to get that letter prepared and signed and delivered to you. First and second year students must visit the Advisement Center for all academic advising. Third and fourth year students will receive academic advising from the lecturers at the School of Social Science. And these lecturers will be the ones that are assigned to your degree programs. It's important that you always pay attention to your course sequencing sheet when choosing courses for a new semester. This is absolutely important so that we don't want you to choose courses that are outside of that sequencing sheet. If you're unclear about something, also ask someone from the school, such as your lecturer or your chair of your department. Do not rely on information from your friends. Get it directly from the source. I hope that this very brief introduction was clearly understood. And I must say that we look forward to seeing you in the School of Social Science, and we wish you a warm, hearty, embracing, safe welcome. Blessings to everyone.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sherry Lynn Ligol, and I'm the Interim Dean of the School of Business and Entrepreneurship. You know, everywhere I go, someone says to me, one day I want to own my own business. That might sound familiar to you. If it does, it may be even you. And if you want to own your own business, you have come to the right place. In the School of Business, we prepare you to understand the fundamentals of owning and operating your own business. Or maybe owning your own business or operating your own business, maybe that's not what you are interested in. Maybe you are interested in being a CEO or managing director or an expert in accounting or finance. Then if that is you, here is also the place for you. Now, while we are here about learning quite fun and interesting things, we want to let you know that university is not just lawn life. Lawn life? What exactly is lawn life? Lawn life, you know, is when you see those lovely pictures that people sit on the grass and they're chatting with friends and hanging out. Yes. Now, university is not just about lawn life. While you are here to have fun, remember, you are here to work hard. So, welcome to a holistic experience. Welcome to the School of Business and Entrepreneurship family. Caring teachers and challenging work. Welcome to Progress. Welcome aboard to an exciting experience. Welcome to the School of Business and Entrepreneurship. We look forward to meeting you.
I'm here today, new students, in order to welcome each one of you. We are proud to have you here, and I can assure you that you have come to the right institution in order to prepare yourself for the service of this world as well as for the service to come. And so at this time, I will have to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Emmanuel, the Dean of School of Science, Technology, and Allied Health. Now, in the school, we have Department of Bio, and then we have Department of Computing, we have Department of Family and Consumer Sciences. We also have a Department of Nursing Education. Students, I just want to tell you that with all these departments we have, especially when you go into bio, you who are leading yourself into the healthcare as well as going into medicine. When you come into also computing, we have especially dynamic faculty and equipment which you'll be using to study. And I want to tell you, the faculty and staff are going to take you as their own children and they are going to train you. Let me tell you, we have experienced faculty, we have those with doctorate, those with master level, and all of them are going to be with you during your 4-year journey in USC here. Before I say anything, I would like you to know that we have chairs for each of the departments. We have the chair for bio, we have the chair for consumer sciences, we also have a chair for the nursing department, and I would like you to know your chairs and your directors so that you'll be going to them and they are going to help you. I would like to, once again to say welcome to each one of you. We are happy for you to join us here. We are going to take you as our own children. We are going to be closer with you and love you. And we will do anything you want us to do for you, we'll be ready to help you with that in order to achieve the aim why you came to USC. Once again, I would like to thank you on behalf of School of Science, Tech, and Allied Health. I would like to say you are welcome and you are going to be blessed by what you are going to study over here. Thank you very much for choosing USC and especially coming to School of Science, technology, and allied health. Welcome, each one of you.
Welcome to the best academic experience of your life. Let me say congratulations to all of you for making the decision to pursue a degree in either humanities or education, in particular during a pandemic. This is a time when in people's lives where they are very uncertain about a lot of things. But despite all of that, you have made a decision. You have decided to brave the waves, brave the storms, and attend university. Let me say as well that your undergraduate experience will be the best of your academic experiences. You may go on to do a master's degree, you may go on to do a PhD, but none will compare to your experience in undergrad. It is the time when you get to go to classes, when you get to meet with your friends, when you get to participate in campus-wide activities. So in as much as I will tell you as the dean, do your best, get all A's, have an excellent GPA. Equally as important would be your participation in campus-wide activities, in school-wide activities, making friends, establishing long-lasting life relationships. Experiences, expectations. What can you expect from the School of Education and Humanities? You can expect experiences that will challenge you academically, experiences that will challenge you to give nothing more than excellence, experiences that will motivate you to a high standard of scholarship. You can expect to have faculty that will work with you, faculty that will mentor you. You can expect exciting clubs and societies. You can expect a wide cadre of excellent experiences. So let me say again, welcome to you, our beloved students, and I look forward to meeting you in person. I look forward to seeing a lot of you all in my offices, not to query grades, but just to see how I'm doing and just basically to establish beautiful relationships. Again, I say welcome.
Hi, good day. I am Fazaduddin Hussain, big long name for a small man. I am the Dean of the School of Theology and Religion at the university. The students know me by the name Pastor Faz. My friends call me the bishop. However, there are no bishops in the Adventist church, but it's a biblical term meaning elder. So I consider myself an elder among the people of God. Today, I bring you greetings, salutations, and well wishes from the STAR, that's Main School of Theology and Religion. Now, we are the tiniest school on the campus. Our enrollment is about 80, 90, sometimes 100. Though tiny, we have big plans with God and for God. I have seven professors, full-time professors, and several adjunct teachers. We have two programs in the School of Theology and Religion, theology, and we have religion. Most of the students do theology, and so we want to welcome you to USC. We trust that your experience here will be a successful, a prolific one. Your experience will be enjoyable. You will be satisfied with the exposure here on campus. My teachers will teach each of you. Every one of you will have to do 4 classes, general eds, that are religion classes. And those of you who are doing theology will be doing 130 and more credit hours for your program. We are glad to have you. We are here to serve you. Feel free to drop at our office in the upper room, up at the office in theology on the western side of the campus. God bless you. I wish you a successful and enriched semester. And we know you'll make good grades because with God's help, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, they will help you to have great success in all your plans, all your studies, and all your projections for this school year. God bless you and have a nice day.